Hello. I would request our team members to please come and sit in front, and also help participants to navigate to the Sagra basement if they are roaming around the Sagra, because this the venue is the new one for today's session. I would request to please be quick in this, and then we can initiate our session without any further delay. A very good morning to all of you. I'm Jai Shah from the Center for Water and Sanitation at CRDF-CEPT University. On the behalf of our center, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all again, and the new participants who have joined today morning. We hope that you all had a fantastic first day yesterday, and you had enjoyed the gala dinner and the cultural evening. We hope that the entire session previous day that gave you the opportunity to connect and interact with each other and develop your networks as required. So with this, we'll welcome you all to the second day of the conclave, and we have an exciting day ahead with the insightful discussions, engaging presentations, and meaningful opportunities to connect with each other. As per the agenda, we had some reflection sessions. But in the interest of time, I think we'll skip the reflections and we'll take that wrap-up session as part of the closing ceremony of this event. Now I would like to, the first session of the day is the keynote session that will be presented, keynote address that will be presented Ms. Aloka Majumdar. And I would like to request Dr. Dinesh Mehta to kindly come here and introduce Ms. Aloka and to the distinguished speaker. Yeah.
Good morning. My pleasure to welcome Aloka Majumdar, a long-term friend of the CWAS and CEPT University, to the campus for the first time, I believe. So, welcome Aloka ji. Known Aloka ji for, as I said, they've been long-standing partner for CWAS, and from what we know, she but she did work in this city for a while. So I'm sure she feels like coming back home in some sense. And maybe there are a few, we had our session yesterday in the bigger hall, but all your finance guys, you know, there is a digital banking conference going on by RBI, and so they've taken over that hall. So if we have a few bankers and finance experts here, so maybe there are a few who are by mistake in this audience. So please, this is not the digital banking conference of RBI. So just to set the ball straight. But Aloka is the managing director and the global head of philanthropy, head of sustainability of the HSBC, very important major bank, not necessarily in India, but globally, I think it's one of the largest banks in there. And in her capacity as the global head of philanthropy, she focuses on extension of HSBC's philanthropy strategy, working closely with multiple stakeholder partners. And as I said, we are one of the beneficiaries of their grants. She's a member of HSBC's operating committee, and her expertise is in field of financial inclusion, and that is something I believe the HSBC India head also believes very strongly in. Sorry, there is something going on outside, but I'm sorry if this hall will not be as soundproof as the other building we had, so pardon us. And what may be surprising to some of us is that Aloka began her career as a financial journalist. And so she has seen the financial world both from the outside and now from inside. So I'm sure she has many stories to tell. So welcome again, Aloka, and over to you.
So first of all, a big thank you, Meera, Dinesh, Asim and Dhruv for inviting me to address the audience here. This is my first time in CEPT, and of course, goes without saying, I'm very impressed with the campus. And Dinesh was just mentioning that, I should have come on a working day, then I would have seen all the students. Today you have conferences, it's comparatively quiet, but it's absolutely a pleasure to be here. And I'm glad it's not in the hall, and it's here, as we are discussing WASH and climate. So thank you very much once again, and a very warm welcome. I'm only as a partner, we say a partner, it's literally working as a team. I don't really feel that we are different teams. We work very closely with the team. So I'm taking this opportunity as well to welcome all of you. I trust you had the opportunity to recharge after yesterday's intensive sessions, is what I understand from Asim. As we embark on the second day of our workshop, I'm pleased to address a topic of growing strategic importance, the intersection of climate change and WASH. But before I do that, I think to break ice, I thought that, I'll start with a fun activity. I don't think you have keynote addresses starting with fun. But typically, when you come in the morning, you're very tired from the last day, and you now want to kind of wrap up. Your energy level definitely goes down a bit. At least for me, it does. So therefore, I thought I'll do a bit of a fun thing. We couldn't do a Slido. But I thought, I know the answers, by the way, because my team has put together, so I know the answers, but I thought that we'll have the questions on the thing, and then we can go around and see that, what some are really basic, some are interesting. So I have 8 questions in all. So if it's okay, then I will go ahead with the quiz thing. I just hope the answers are not there. So the first thing, and I don't know how to do it, maybe raising your hands and then letting me know. The first question is very simple. What is the target year to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Meera, Dinesh, please don't raise your hands. Asim, Dhruv, no. Yes, please. Okay, lovely. So we've got 2030. Next is the most simple one. What is the full form of COP? Okay, I have someone at the back. Very good. So we've got a right answer there. Sorry, no prizes. I couldn't do that. But we may have to do it for later. So this is fine. Now, the third question is, when was the last UN climate COP? Where was the last UN COP organized? Okay. Yeah, lovely. Yes, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Then we go to 2026. United Nations always declares, it's an international year of something. So what do you think is 2026? Is it groundwater, millets, women entrepreneurs, and women farmers? Oh, finally I've got a question where people are thinking. All right. Okay. No, that's the wrong answer. That's right. So it's women farmers. So great, thank you. This is not bad at all, very good. Then what is the theme for this year's World Water Day? So you have the things. Yes, please. No. Anyone else? Okay. Huge amount of enthusiasm. It always happens. I think whenever in a campus like this, it's even more enthusiastic to do a quiz. So I'm not regretting that I said we'll start with a quiz. My team actually said, Aloka, keynote address, it doesn't have quiz. I said, it's okay, let them not get bored by listening to me, so we'll do that. Next is, when is the World Toilet Day celebrated? Many, you have already answered one, so let me go there. Yes, November 19th. So this is wonderful. I'll come to you. Now next is, by which year has India committed to be net zero? Harish, you know everything. I can't come to you and because you will have answers. You have forged many of these policies as well. You have already answered one, so let's see if anybody else has it. Yes, please, at the end. Sorry? 2070, right? You mentioned? That's right. That's the right answer. Okay. And the last one. This is very close to my heart, which is that in India, we have something called the CSR rules or CSR Act, which is part of the Companies Act. Now, do you know that how much are companies supposed to spend in India? You have an option of, so your constant is 2% of average PBT. Now, is it for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? Last. Yes. Yes, you've got it. Oh, lovely. This is really good. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Lovely. So I think we've had a good start. Now I've really made a very serious, speech in discussion with so Dinesh Meera, because I said it's CEPT University, I got together with the team to say, I can't speak like I typically do, which is not prepared and talking many things. And then they told me, Aloka, you're in a university, you need to give a speech. So therefore, I think but we got together. It was a very nice conversation. In fact, it happened yesterday, just to give you an idea. And we really enjoyed it. Because for us, we started thinking differently. What would make sense? What do we say? Because I know that many people have come from outside of India. Some things that would be of interest to you, some things that would be of interest to India. So that's something that I do. So now getting to the points that I have come across, and please feel free to ask questions. Maybe we can do it at the end of the session, and you can just be free and ask me what you have in your mind. So everybody is aware that climate change is a multifaceted challenge, and the fact that its implication for WASH are increasingly relevant to business, government, and civil society. Now, drawing on my experience in this sector, I thought that I would start by highlighting 3 key trends that I've seen that shaping the landscape. So I thought that I will kind of break it into 3 trends. The first one is an exciting one for me, and it actually goes beyond WASH as well and climate. It is to a large extent, this is very relevant for the development sector as a whole. And that is the fact that we are moving from developmental focus to mainstream priority. If you talk about climate change and WASH today, what you have is that we are moving from developmental focus to mainstream priority. Now, when you see traditionally, WASH and climate was considered, development concerns, right? We had the UN agencies. Later, we had the multilateral and bilateral agencies giving funding. Then you had the emergence of the development sector, and which was seen as the primary driver of innovation and action in these areas. But what has happened today, as we are all here today, and what has happened today, WASH and climate resilience is in this global south. Sorry, this is my mistake. So today, if you take WASH and climate resilience, it has become central priorities, just not for the civil society organizations, but for governments and businesses. And of course, you have Harish speaking later on. He has this huge experience working across multiple sectors, from government to private sector, and you'll hear more. But I thought that I'll mention that because we're speaking in the morning. And it is like top of agenda, right? When you're talking to governments, when you're talking to businesses. And this reflects a broader recognition of their strategic importance in enduring relevance. I think that is something which is the trend that we have seen. The second thing, and I represent a financial institution, is that water is becoming a global risk factor. So this is a very, very interesting trend. Now, what was perhaps an access issue in the global south has today evolved into a universal concern affecting almost all regions. So that's one big change that we've seen. And now if you see the World Economic Forum, they bring out a global risk report. And year on year, you see that water scarcity has been identified as a significant risk for businesses. So we always think of it as risk for communities and societies worldwide. Just for information, today it's a risk for businesses, communities, and societies. So that's another big change that we've seen as far as WASH and climate is concerned. Today, if you go to corporates, and when you speak with many corporates, or any corporate, I won't say many, you'll see that water-related risks now feature prominently in the corporate risk register and sustainability strategies. So it is not isolated, it is very integrated in the strategies that the corporates are following. The last thing, the next thing that I want to talk about is the expanding scope of sanitation and hygiene. This is a very interesting one because, you know, even when I was there, I thought it's like isolated. It will happen kind of thing. So, but what was today, you know, it is like water. Again, it is similar to water. It started with access. That's the problem that we've always been talking about. But what has happened now is that hygiene practices, you know, be it hand washing, be it menstrual hygiene, have actually gained the much needed attention. And that's something that we see a trend, a changing trend. The way it is spoken about today is now how it was when I joined this sector 20 years back. It was very different. In fact, you know, I was going through it and very interesting thing popped up in my, when I was doing, just reading through many things. Now, in a historic judgment, the Supreme Court of India, 3 days ago, they have actually said that right to menstrual health is now part of the right to life in the Constitution, which is something called Article 21. This I thought was quite historical. It's groundbreaking actually, right? I mean, we never thought that menstrual health is going to be spoken like this, and then you have the Supreme Court of India coming and telling you that it has to be right there in the constitutional thing. So menstrual health has long been outside of the constitutional debate. It was very private. So, you know, often ignored because of ongoing stigma. We are all aware that, you know, lack of open discussion, that's something we've never had. Limited organizational support. But the bench, I think, when I say the bench, the Supreme Court actually has emphasized that the inability to access menstrual hygiene is not just a health issue, it undermines the dignity of women and girls, and I think which is very, very, very important. In short, I would say this judgment gives constitutional recognition to menstrual health, which I think is a very big deal. And this is, you know, before I came to speak here, I thought this was a really groundbreaking judgment that has happened. Now, these are the three things that I thought are the trends. The next under hygiene is that, you know, water, sanitation, and hygiene are now recognized as critical determinants of human health, with direct implications for workforce productivity and social well-being. That's another thing which is happening, and therefore very important for all of us, be it in the corporates, be it in the society. And the last piece that I wanted to talk about was that of policy evolution. And, you know, this is for, you know, many delegates who have come from outside India. It's an interesting thing that we figured. Now, after the independence of India, the government's allocation on water and sanitation came from the health budget. Today, we have a separate ministry on Jal Shakti, and which looks at water and sanitation comprehensively. So it's a big, huge journey, right? From being part of something to be called out and looking at it in a comprehensive manner, I think is a very, very, very important thing. So a few thoughts in terms of trends and, you know, when you're talking about wash and climate. Now I'll come to HSBC, and please stop me if I get boring, and we can do something interesting, but I'll just not make it boring. I'll try not making boring. Now, you know, what is a financial institution like ours doing when it comes to wash? Now, this is actually part of a well-defined sustainability strategy. And this is something that you will see a trend in many corporates today. So therefore, if you talk about climate change, this is very much a well-defined, we in HSBC, and if you go to the net, what I'm telling you is not really something which is very new, but we have a lot of information in the websites, etc., and in the social media. But what you will see is that as a global organization, we have a very well-defined climate strategy. Now, what is, I've really tried to simplify, can I go to the next slide? So I've tried to simplify that, you know, what is, because, you know, climate is such a complex thing, I've literally tried to make it simplify. I've gone to a different level of simplification with 3 points. So one is that, you know, supporting the transition to net zero is HSBC's biggest priority. So that's one thing that we have defined. And the other is that our ambition is to be a net zero bank by 2050. Now, how do we want to do this? It's very easy to say these things that you want to be net zero, you want to plan. So we have actually put out something called a net zero transition plan. It's an interesting document. It's available this thing in the public domain. You may want to go through it. And it basically, the net zero transition plan provides an overview of our net zero strategy and the implementation plan. I think implementation and execution are the two main things that I want to focus on, because having a plan is fine, but how we want to implement it is going to be the big thing. And how do we want to implement it? We are basically saying we have chosen 3 pillars that how we want to go about it. First is by supporting our customers, because as a bank, as a financial institution, the first thing is to support our customers. And what are we going to do there? We will want to diversify, decarbonize, and realize the economic opportunities of the transition. As a bank, sustainability person, if I'm talking to my business people to say, sustainability is a great thing to do, it's not going to work, right? At the end of the day, it has to make economic sense. But what HSBC does is we see that as a huge opportunity for the bank. This is sustainability, climate change, these are future opportunities, and that's how we want to work with our customers. I also want to call out another thing, and I don't know how many of you are aware, but in fact, HSBC has a sustainability risk policies framework. And this is something, this is old, this is not new, and it gets reviewed year on year. In 2025, it was reviewed as well. Now, what does this framework do? It basically integrates environmental and social risk management into our core business framework. So it's a very big deal because if this is part of your business, you can see the importance the organization gives to this entire piece. Also, what does a risk framework do, right? What is a financial institution? The financial institution is in the business of risk. It actually helps us define our risk appetite in sectors or to our clients and activities which may pose heightened risk in relation to critical themes such as climate change, nature, human rights, and forms part of the broader risk management framework. And just to give you an idea, you must be saying that, Aloka, what are these risks like? It has risks such as forestry. It has risks such as agricultural commodities. It has risks, something called the Ramsar sites. So these are risks when it's not for me, it is for business to follow. If they're doing project financing, they're supposed to look at these risks. And once they clear, only they go ahead with the project. So, and then you of course have the equator principle. So we do have defined sustainable risks, and that I think is, you can say, a very critical piece of what we do in terms of integrating it to our core business, when we integrate sustainability to our core business. Now I'll go to the second one, which is slightly simple. I can just say it in one word. I think everybody's working on it, which is by embedding net zero into the way we operate. This is our own operations. We are not a manufacturing company, so we are a services company. But in spite of that, we are very clear that we have to reduce our own emissions, and there's a plan like many other organizations. I think manufacturing companies will be able to give you even more information around that, because we work with clients who are into manufacturing. It's a mammoth exercise. But even for a services company, it isn't easy. But this is a very conscious decision to do that. This is something we have to take it head on and work on it. But my favorite, actually, if you ask me, that what is my favorite in these 3 implementation tools that we have spoken about, that is about partnering for an enabling environment. I think we really undermine the power of partnering. And I think, therefore, these kind of forums make it even more important, because, we are all working in our silos. We go back to our offices, we start working in our silos with our work. But I think that engaging with the government, and I know that Meera and Dinesh, you work really closely with governments to make that systemic change. So, working with the government, working with the regulators, working with academia, and civil society organizations and other stakeholders. So we have to, why are we doing it? We are basically partnering as a financial institution to accelerate the flow of capital towards transition. That's our one big focus that we want to do in the coming days. So that's going to be an important thing. See, as a financial institution, we recognize that finance is a critical enabler in advancing access, sustainability, innovative solutions, and technological progress. So therefore, I think this is something which, because I do get a lot of questions in forums saying that, what is HSBC's thing? But you have to understand, financial institutions are some of the biggest influence, because we work with clients across the world. So therefore, this is something we take it very, very seriously. Now, when we are talking about finance, now I'm coming to my area of interest. Now you have commercial funding, which I spoke about a lot in terms of how it is part of the core business and how we are wanting to support transition in a very rapid phase going forward. But there is also philanthropic funding, and I cannot undermine the importance of philanthropic funding when it comes to, climate and others. So, given my background in philanthropy and the work that I've done so far, I thought let me share some insights on, the philanthropy perspective. So what have I done? Philanthropy in the environmental sector or WASH, climate, whatever, is often focused on immediate relief. We are building toilets. We are putting water taps, right? I mean, that's what philanthropy has been doing. But I think we all have to understand the complexity around these issues when you're talking about climate or WASH, etc. So therefore, I think there has to be a shift towards flexible learning approaches when we are working with philanthropy. I think that's going to be the need of the hour if we are to use it and utilize philanthropy in the best possible manner. Second is you need long-term patient capital, because you are actually going to work on a lot of innovations, etc. So if you don't have long-term patient capital, if you are just giving philanthropy for one immediate relief for 1 year, one project here and one project there, we know that we have challenges when we work with philanthropy. In India, particularly CSR money, we are aware that it has to be done in a project manner. But I think still it's an opportunity. It's a huge opportunity to invest long-term capital and work on innovations and technology. So I would say that I really believe that long-term patient capital will be vital to achieve sustained outcomes and impacts. And that's something that we as an organization, we truly believe. I will give you an example. In fact, I'll go to the next slide, and I thought I'll give you an example. I avoid talking about our organization when I'm talking, but I thought this is something which is very relevant to the topic, and therefore I wanted to show you what long-term means. This is what HSBC's investment in nature is. So you can see the year 2002. And you can see last is 2024. That's actually got extended to 2025 because of COVID. Now, this is the length of investment. What we have realized in our work with our partners, CEPT being a very, very critical partner for HSBC India as well, is that if you are not going for long-term partnerships, it's very difficult to think of outcomes. Because when we talk about philanthropy, we are constantly talking about outcomes. These outcomes cannot happen overnight. We realize that, and the biggest thing is that we rely on the expertise and knowledge of our partners. So, I'm a funding organization. I may learn about nature, that's something, learn about climate. That will be a continuous endeavor, but you have to rely on the experts. I'm a banker. Everybody will rely on me on banking. CEPT is an organization which understands this subject, so you have to rely on that organization for their expertise and knowledge, and I think that's going to be very important. And just to give you an idea, here you see close to about 20 years of investment in nature that we have done, and our plan, as I speak with you, is that we have our global leadership, as we've just had a review of what we do next. And what has been decided, the global leadership gave a complete go-ahead to say, we continue doing this. We don't withdraw, because these things, even 20 years, is not really, this requires huge amount of investment and continued investment. And I think that's the big thing that I'm sharing with you, that how we intend to do it even, going forward. Just a few words in terms of, how this is kind of evolved. And now, this long-term partnership spanning close to about 2 decades allowed our partners, what they allow our partners to do is to design solutions based on extensive stakeholder engagements with government, industry, and communities. Because, even consultation takes time. It's not a thing that you go today, we all know, because we all work with various stakeholders. So you have to give time for that. And therefore, these long-term investments has actually helped with that. Now, what has 20 years of thing is another beautiful thing that's happened is this has enabled large-scale impact as well. And today when we talk about that impact, that's a really impressive impact. You feel proud about that impact that you've made. It has also paved the way for effective implementation and mainstreaming of learnings and outcomes in the public policy space. Even again, you know, influencing policies, again, doesn't happen overnight. We as HSBC, we understand that, but our continued investment in this, we have seen the outcome in terms of how it has impacted public policy. And the last thing, you know, this is a shorter thing, but I thought that I'll use this number. Just a simple number. What have we done in these 8 years of the water program? This is the HSBC water program actually ran for a very long time, close to about 8 years. And it directly impacted 4.3 million people. I don't like talking about millions of people being impacted. This one I do, because this is really audited. We've actually gone to the granular details in terms of how we have impacted in this thing. So because it only takes time, right, for us to come and do this. So I thought that I will share with you the kind of impact, the large scale impact such investments make. Now I'm coming back to WASH and climate. I've covered HSBC. I think this is my last bit in terms of, you know, what is WASH and climate. Now, there is strong WASH climate nexus is what we believe. Now, and you know, given the interconnected challenges, this would require long-term and continued focus as well. We are all aware that climate change is impacting access to water and sanitation. You know, we all talk about drying of rivers, we talk about over-extraction of water leading to saline ingression, we talk about sea level rise, which has significant impact of water and water waste infrastructure. This is something that I think in India we are facing quite a bit. So therefore we are all aware of these problems. Then there is the lack of safe and sound management of water. See, the world as a whole, we have a large number of people. So your population is increasing, your need for water sanitation is therefore going to increase. Now, if you don't have safe and sound management of water and sanitation, it is going to become a contributor to climate change. And poor management of water and sanitation systems would basically mean that your waste is going to go to the landfills and therefore, resulting in methane emissions, etc. So therefore, it has a terrible impact when it comes to climate change, and we have to really think about it in terms of how we address this. So what do we need to do? So I thought that, I've tried to call out 5 priorities in terms of, making it very simple to deal with this. And you can say these are some of few thoughts that I have basis my experience. So we actually arrived at it last night. One is, I think the biggest one is change in thinking. We never talk about it. I think currently nature and the environment is very compartmentalized. We all do our own thing. I think there has to be a change that ecology is interconnected. I think we don't get it. I say this is my focus area, somebody says, but how do we these are interconnected. If you are unable to do that, we will not be able to get integrated solutions. And I think that's something that we are all facing as we speak now. So I think that change in thinking is going to be a very critical thing for us to attain pace. If we want to great work is happening, but if we want to really go to that next level, we have to change our thinking is what we felt. The second is simple, a 2-liner, innovation and technology, unavoidable. So therefore, advancement in technology is going to be absolutely essential for scalable solutions. In fact, Harish was mentioning an interesting thing which you're going to launch in the Mumbai Climate Week, which is of course the big climate week that's coming up in India. And they're actually going to get innovative solutions to be funded. So therefore, I think this innovation and technology is something which is unavoidable and we all need to think about it. The third is investments, both philanthropic and commercial. I spoke about it earlier as well. And the role of philanthropy. At the cost of repeating, I'm just saying that it has to be long-term capital. It has to be patient capital. Philanthropy would just not mean, philanthropy should also mean various kinds of philanthropic capital. We don't, today in India, we only talk about CSR. Or maybe in the West, you're only talking about foundation funding. But today, the entire, if you say this, what kind of philanthropic capital is available, one needs to do a mapping, and it's very, very exciting. So therefore, I think as organizations and the non-profit sector, when they are working on these things, it's very important to see the various kind of philanthropic capital one can bring in to drive this change. And the new thing is, of course, blended finance. And we have seen that blended finance models are also kind of gaining traction. Enabling scalable solutions. Unfortunately, I think CSR, we are able to do CSR, for those who have come from outside India, it has a direction from the government in terms of what we can do. So therefore, blended finance does become a bit of a challenge. But having said so, the scope is broad. As far as HSBC is concerned, I think if you read the act, there are ways to make it work. And in fact, we have done it with a bond for skilling. HSBC actually created an outcome-based skilling program. And then our skilling, government skilling arm, which is called the National Skills Development Corporation, actually created the country's first skill impact bond, where we participated as a outcome funder. So all I'm saying is that it's never easy. But I think these are things that we all need to think of. If you have to bring in infuse different kind of capitals to make a difference. The next point for me is scaling through partnerships. I think I've already spoken about it. One thing I want to focus on is convergence with government initiatives. I think it's important. Scale can never come if you're not making it systemic. So therefore, I think convergence with government initiatives, cross-sector partnerships, are going to be very important. Dinesh, Meera, you are already part of the India Sanitation Coalition. I think in this WASH space, what they've tried to do is get all of us together, and with government as a very serious stakeholder. So I think that's something which I want to call out, that convergence with government initiatives and cross-sector partnerships is going to be very important. And the last one that I want to call out is data-driven decision making. This is something I have to acknowledge a colleague of mine, Romit Sen. Romit is actually an expert in climate. And we were discussing, and he constantly tells me that, Aloka, if you see data, because as a bank, we are talking a lot about data. Okay? You'll be surprised that the development sector in India can provide the world with data I don't think anybody can provide. So therefore, this is a very rich thing. I think this is something we're going to have a separate conversation, Meera and Dinesh, later with all of you. And I think this is something we are constantly now thinking, that how do you do data-driven decision making? For this, triangulation of data becomes very, very important. So, for example, combining data on water access, availability, groundwater depletion, rainfall trends, health outcomes. Now, if you see data today, all these data is available, but they are all compartmentalized. So I think of, if we are able to combine this, the data sources, then the solutions we can develop can be in an integrated manner, and the impact is going to be far larger. So that's something that I thought. So these are the 5 things. Just recapping: change in thinking, innovation and technology, investments, both philanthropic and commercial, then scaling through partnerships, and the last one being data-driven decision-making with a focus on triangulation of data is something that I thought. And this brings me to the end of my talk. And that is, I thought that I will end with a call to action. And each of us in this room, we have a role to play. So that's going to be important. So what I would say is collective action and strategic partnerships are the 2 main things for us to accelerate progress and achieve scale. We always talk about scale, we want to achieve impact, but I think at the heart of it is collective action and strategic partnerships. And while the journey will require time, we are all aware of that, but I think the sustained commitment is something that is going to we have to look forward to, and that the imperative is very clear that there is no turning back. So with this, I'll close my speech, comments, and a lot of talking that I've been doing, but I hope I was able to use some things which will be useful for us in this audience. So thank you very much, and now I will hand over to anything and take any questions if possible. Thank you.
We are running a bit late, but I hope you have time for one.
Absolutely. I think because we're running late, we can do the questions.
Just one or two Q&A. Any burning question?
Yes.
Okay. Take a mic.
Thank you very much for your brilliant presentations. I am very happy to know that 4.3 million people are benefited from this bank. I have just one query. You are talking more of the climate solution partnership. Does the bank have a plan to retrofit or support existing project that you have already supported as like 2002, 2000? At that time, that project may not be planned as climate resilient, and now affected by climate change. Is there any plans to support those projects and those community who are affected by climate change now, and they might not have the access of drinking water that you have already supported? Just one query. Thank you.
You can take one.
Yeah, I'm from outside, so it's a question of curiosity, because in your talk you talk about change, but I don't see the corporate sector leading change. You know, they try to wait and they think that they don't become the catalyst. With all the resources they have, they wait for the state to make the change. So I'm curious, because you mentioned a lot about change, but you don't talk about catalysts, the corporate being the catalyst.
I mean, if there's one, we can take one more.
Yeah. Good morning, Aloka ji. I'm Jigisha from CWAS. So my question, it was more of a reflection and a question. You mentioned that a strong pillar is also government convergence and partnership. And considering the global scenario right now, climate change is also a little bit seeing very different perspectives from various angles. So how do we ensure that climate change is still in the agenda of the government, and what can you as a financial supporter do, and we as an organization who's working in the sector play a role in it?
I think I saw another hand. We can maybe discuss once we are through, in the interest of time. I think I'll go step by step to your question. So, you asked me about, will you be able to do this, follow up, right, in terms of what is requirement for now. See, if you see the journey, the point is an evolving thing. It's not like one thing that one has done, right? So in every program, if you see, the needs are evolving as well. So therefore, as an organization, we look at it holistically. So therefore, to answer your question I'm talking purely from HSBC's perspective, we do believe that you need to have a holistic thing around it. There is also the ways how we work, like, the brilliance of working with organizations like CEPT is that when we have that brainstorming session to do a needs assessment, or to say what is, we hear from you in terms of what the problem statement is, and therefore what would be the next, what is required in terms of investments. To answer your questions in short is definitely whenever there is a problem statement, it can be integrated into the programs that we support. So that's one. I'll come to your thing. It's a very interesting question that you asked. It's an evolving space, I'll be honest, because I've been in this sector since 2004, and as Dinesh mentioned, I've been in journalism before that. Currently what we do is I won't say that we can paint everybody with the same brush. Now, what's happening is there are priorities. Businesses everywhere will run with their priorities. But if you see that today, if you see climate and sustainability, whether you like it or not, it is getting integrated. Now, it will go through. You will have some organizations who are matured, some organizations who are in that curve. So if you ask me, now it's in that curve. But what you see is that this is being discussed today. If you go to a corporate, earlier, sustainability was not really an area of discussion, right? You would get into a boardroom, you would talk about growth, right? You would talk about growth, you would talk about people. Today, that's right there. So to say that it's not, but you're right that this is a complex issue. Therefore, it's a curve now, And I think the corporates are getting into that curve. And which brings me to the question that you asked. We all have to understand that, we are going to go through challenges. For us, we can't say that, there won't be geopolitical issues. It will be there. And it's not that it is there today. Today we are talking a lot about it, maybe because it's right in action. Politics has always been there, and it will continue to be there. And similarly, and if you see that you may see that somebody is talking less about it, somebody is talking more about it. Work continues. So therefore, for me, and this is something I'm talking from my practical experience, these challenges will always remain. These are not new. This is something that, the work continues, your communication changes. What happens in this space is that curve will continue, as and when we work around it. And to your point, a lot of it we don't also get to hear because, I get the opportunity to meet some of the leaders. So I'm just talking about our global leadership. It's right there, top of agenda. So for them, it's not something which is, I'm not saying because I'm HSBC, and I know there are other companies also. We have clients who have top of agenda. Now, why are they thinking of it? Not because, when I'm fascinated to discuss with businesses when they talk about this piece. They first think of business. And if you see that this becomes an opportunity or it is impacting business, they're the first one to come to you and say, I want to address this. So my experience so far has been that this is a curve, and we are all in that curve to get there. There will be, of course, bumps in the way, but we will have to navigate that. Right? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful session. And to present a moment of Miss Aloka Majumdar. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah. So, our next session is a panel discussion on the governance and financing for climate resilient and inclusive WASH. This panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Dhruv Bhavsar from CWAS, and I would request, I would also invite our illustrious panel members, Ms. Aparna Dua from the Blended Finance Company, Mr. Hamid Kasan from International Water Association, Mr. Harish Ahuja from the National Stock Exchange, India, Dr. Meera Mehta from CWAS, and Ms. Neha Kumar from the Climate Bonds Initiatives. Oh. No, there's no order. You can sit as, yeah. I would also request the participants to come inside to this basement if possible. There are many chairs empty here. You can come in front. There's sunny outside as well, so you might also feel more warm over there. So would request to come in front of this room. I would also introduce our distinguished panel members. I'll start with Ms. Aparna Dua. She is the partner at the Blended Finance Company. She began her career on Wall Street as an investment banker. She co-authored many influential reports on impacting investing and blended finance in India, and has been a consistent advocate for mobilizing more capital into the development sector. Our next panelist is Hamid Kasan. He is the president of the prestigious International Water Association. He is associated with the many international organizations such as AFWASA and also Global Water Operator Partnerships. He has a vast experience in working in governance and financing sector across the global south. He also had opportunity of working in both the academic as well as utility sectors for over 30 years of experience. The next panel member is Dr. Harish Ahuja. He is the head of product and strategy development, power and carbon markets at the National Stock Exchange of India. He is also an ex-civil servant having over 25 years of experience primarily in energy markets and infrastructure finance space, both in the government and corporate sector. He heads the Social Stock Exchange, which is a new initiative of the Government of India for mobilizing more financing for the urban development sector. Our next panel member is Ms. Neha Kumar. She heads the Climate Bonds Initiative and is based out of Delhi. She steers the policy, strategy, and partnerships on climate risks and sustainable financing ecosystem in the region. Her efforts are targeted at building policy mechanisms, market infrastructure, and capacities needed to accelerate financing for green, resilient transitions. And our last panel member, Dr. Meera Mehta. She is a professor emeritus at the CEPT University and also senior advisor at the Center for Water and Sanitation. She has over 5 decades of experience in water, urban development, and infrastructure finance. Her experience spans countries in Asia and sub-Saharan Africa. I would now take a stop and I'd hand over to Mr. Dhruv Bhavsa to moderate the session. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jai, and very good morning. I think thank you, Aloka ji. I think she has set the context, and I need not go into the context setting for this panel discussion. I'm just straight coming to the question based on the experience, the varied experience from the global multi-country experience across the panel members, and the deep experience with the also from the government sector experience from Mr. Ahuja. I just wanted to ask questions based on the broad experience so far. We have been talking about that the financing for the urban water sanitation or climate related activities has been inadequate. But also from the political side, many news article all been talking about there is enough new financing mechanism, new finance has been coming and they are adequate. The question is the climate resilient and inclusive water sanitation financing is a financing problem, or is it a fundamental governance, weak mandate related issues, or it is both, couple of both? So based on the experience, I think start with the Professor Hemant. Then given your experience at the International Water and Association and engaging with the multi-countries, what is your experience so far? Is it a finance issues, or it is governance, or it is both?
Thank you. Appreciate the question, Dhruv. So before we talk about climate financing, let's talk about our performance in terms of water and sanitation services delivery, which brings us to the notion of the SDGs. Similarly, the question you're asking is, what is the reason why 2 billion people don't have access to water and 3 billion don't have access to sanitation before we go to climate change? Is that a financing problem? Or is that a governance problem? Or is that a leadership problem? Or is that an execution problem? It's all of them. Now, if I draw that parallel to climate change is really just but one risk. It is not the only risk. It is a contemporary risk that we've come to understand and we've come to accept. There are many other risks in terms of water and sanitation services delivery. So my view is it's partly a financing problem, but I think that overwhelmingly, if you look at our history and our inability to achieve the SDGs, it is not only financing, it is fundamentally governance and political will. Therefore, if we are able to factor in risks when putting into place projects to overcome water and sanitation challenges, the notion of climate is but one risk. There are other risks, like geopolitical risks, which we've recently come to understand, like COVID and or other disease risks. Thank you for now.
Thank you. I think coming to the Aparna, I think you have, in your experience, you have demonstrated different structure, and I think the idea of blended finance instrument is unlocking the public finance. But given your experience, what are the other challenges what you have encountered, and what is your own thought about the how strong our governance and what are the issues also you found while structure translate into the practice?
Okay, I think it's working now. Dhruv, thanks for that question, and I think I couldn't agree more with what Dr. Hemant had to say. I think finance is just part of the jigsaw puzzle, but it all has to start with what the real challenge is that you're solving for. And in WASH, at least in the Indian context, what we've seen is that it does sort of boil down to governance, leadership, execution as well. I mean, take, for example, the work that CEPT has done in Y as well, right? Across the municipality where you've provided for strong FSM and sanitation services. It really took for your team to sit alongside the municipality over a period of multiple years, almost 3 to 4 years, to build that capacity. So maybe that, in addition to what Professor Hemant said, is another challenge that I will say. So sometimes, even though political will may be there and governance and leadership may be in place, capacity building at the municipal level often becomes a challenge. Our leaders are obviously pressed in multiple directions. They have multiple priorities. And so I think if there's anything that can be done to alleviate some of that pressure in terms of building the technical know-how, providing an extra set of eyes, ears, hands, etc., to work with them as well, I think that capacity building becomes very, very important. Now, overlay this with the changing climate change scenario as well, right? I mean, some of the municipal commissioners, and I'm obviously talking in the context of India, are fairly young coming out of their training. And what we're seeing with climate change is evolving almost on a daily basis. So, there's no way for them to be able to fully prepare for what is to come. So finance, yes, I mean, through, say, disaster management efforts, is one thing. I think climate adaptation is the other thing that we're all talking about. But who's really to sit with them, to help them plan for what is it that they can do for their, for their municipalities, for their districts, for their blocks. So I think that critical layer of capacity building, thinking through what is it really needed from an infrastructure, from an infrastructure perspective, from a planning perspective, so that before certain disaster strikes, what is it that you can do, which will then lead to a lot of people not having access to clean drinking water or sanitation. So I think in addition to the points that Dr. Hemant raised, the capacity building piece, I think, to me is very, very critical. And the last piece, and I know we'll obviously talk about it in future questions on the panel, is how can financing plug that gap. And Aloka already mentioned that in her keynote. It's not just philanthropy or just public money or just commercial. It is a coming together of all of these different stakeholders where each capital allocator plays a certain role, so that we're using the pots of money that we have judiciously. I think that's going to be critical, and we'll obviously get into that when we talk of examples.
Thank you. I think just taking the piece on the capacity building and the efforts what the municipal commissioner is also has to taken when they are coming to the services. Coming to your experience into the previous avatar as a civil servant, and so according to you, what was the challenges you encountered during those times, and whether what is the evolution has been done into the Indian bureaucrats? So your
very interesting question. First of all, good morning, everyone. On behalf of National Stock Exchange, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity given to us by CEPT, and we are very esteemed panelists. But before I come to your question and then answer, I like to talk about a very interesting interaction I had yesterday when I landed in Ahmedabad with Anubhav Malhotra, one of your students. In fact, he came to pick us up, and in the car, he was very eager to talk to me in terms of what exactly we are doing social stock exchange, how can I be part of that? And I said, what is your thesis topic? He said, how can we use social stock exchange for urban infrastructure? And I could see the disconnect. In one line, I could see the disconnect, that this boy is talking about philanthropy, urban infrastructure, and he like to do specialization in that. I think today I'll definitely address this question because I could see most of the students here that how exactly this area, WASH, has big opportunity and my own experience from bureaucracy. So I call my journey B2B2C, bureaucracy to business to corporate. Let's first talk about numbers because being a market guy, we know numbers. And the numbers are, I would say, quite distressing. Just a ballpark number. In fact, India gets around 4,000 billion cubic meter in terms of precipitation. And we are only able to use around 1100 BCM. 1/4 we are using. 3/4 is going wastage. So because of infrastructure, storage issue, 3/4 is going virtually as a waste. It's a big problem for us. Second, I think this very distressing number is per capita water consumption in 1951 used to be around 5,200 cubic meter per person per capita, and it has gone down to 1,450 cubic meter per person per capita. The water stress level start from 1,700 cubic meter. So we're already down, in terms of, so water has come up to our neck. Serious problem. India needs around $200 billion in terms of as a WASH infrastructure opportunity. Year on year, we are short of $6 to $8 billion. And these numbers are really good for us to drive some innovation in terms of climate finance, especially WASH finance projects. The most important thing which I like to distinguish because of my experience, and then I'll come to my experience, is the difference between water and electricity. Electricity, post-2003 reforms, has become a very tangible, outcome-driven sector. A lot of investment has come, except distribution, generation, transmission has attracted a lot of capital. And virtually, people are saying that though our per capita consumption is 1/3 of global average, but more or less we are at reasonably high level. Whereas water, I just tell the number. And the difference between water and electricity is I can survive without electricity 4 or 5 days. Without water, I cannot survive more than 1 day. It's a pure commodity which can be played upon in terms of raising the right value proposition for the clients. But now I'll come to your journey, my journey. And this will, how exactly it is evolving to the products, So when I joined as a bureaucrat, I was posted in Andaman Nicobar, which is the furthest. And I was, incidentally, I was Assistant Commissioner of Campbell Bay, which was more close to Indonesia than India. And we were supplying the water by burning the diesel or the diesel pump and pumping the water and then storing in the tank because, people used to say that we are surrounded by water because being the island, but we don't have enough drinking water. 2 days of less diesel supply and we are short of water. Water conservation I saw in 2002 there, how exactly we, I don't say fight for water, but distress around water. Then when I came to, and there it was a pure infra supply from the government side. No monetization, nothing. We had to just supply because they had to survive. When I came to Delhi, my first posting was in Delhi Jal Board. I served in one of the municipality. And here I saw how the dense populated urban people react to water shortage, or you can say WASH, be it water supply and hygiene. And Delhi at that time used to be around, Neha would be more correct on this, around 1,600 unauthorized colonies, having around 15% population of Delhi. Out of those 1,600, 800 locations had no water. I mean, we used to supply through tanks because there was no proper pipe system, And there used to be water wars because of water violence, and we used to handle it. So, then third is my electricity experience. I'll come about that. The most important thing, I could see the interconnect between the energy and water. How government is responding to that, very important thing. And the most important thing is some discovery which happened when I came to capital markets. So my journey, I said bureaucracy to private equity, then my own startup as a solo entrepreneur, and then in capital market, here I'm leading the social stock exchange. And I think I could do well in social stock exchange. So some numbers for social stock exchange. Social stock exchange was started by NSE in Feb 2023. So far 154 NGOs are registered with us. Out of those 154 NGOs, 30 have approached us for raising the finance. Out of those 30, 14 already raised the finance, around 45 crores, not much. Out of this 45 crore, around 11 crore has gone to WASH projects. Swadesh has done something for rural infrastructure water, and Mukti has done something for scaling around water supplies and all. Upcoming 14-15 projects are raising around 85 crores. And out of this, 3 projects are again relating to WASH. The other piece of social stock exchanges, we are coming with the outcome-based funding. I'll talk about it in my second question. But very important I talk about is, I think now coming back to Anubhav question. Anubhav, you talk about urban infrastructure SSE. I think municipal bond is a better way to handle the urban infrastructure issue. Social stock exchange could be taken care of where the philanthropy, grant in aid and subsidy can play an important part of the upfront outcome, escrow account allocation, and later on it could be dwelled upon. But in second question, I'll answer this question. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think, Nick, based on your multi-country experience, so what did you find that is it a governance or financing as a challenge?
Thank you, Dhruv. And well, you really don't have to go multi-country. You can actually experience all of the fault lines within India in different cities. But talking of multi-country, I'm coming from Colombo and I have recent experience. But let me go back to really, first of all, thank you so much. I absolutely am honored to be here at CEPT University. There's nothing like interacting with students, with academic community, and the fact that CEPT University has been doing cutting edge research, bringing that to policy circles, bringing that to businesses, it's absolutely the way to go forward. So thank you so much. Not only commissioners are young, but these are people who will become commissioners and other, they will take on different roles. I again, like Harish, would like to step back and zoom out a little bit. And I think it is not only for the purpose of this discussion. I think we need to zoom out every now and again to really get connected to the real issues. Water stress, Harish, you talked about it absolutely correctly. If you look at India, nearly 3/4 of our water is polluted in some way or the other. Nearly 24% of our population is in living drought-prone areas. Drought is not the only challenge that we have. We have something called urban flooding and drought now going together. So what does it all really point to? I think part of it is not only because nature has changed suddenly, it is that we are not able to cope with our planning, with our systems, with our governance, with our financing in a manner that we should be doing. Now, let me say something that I think is a matter of concern. Our pace of urbanization has increased so much in the last 5-6 years that the improvements that we are making are getting countered by the worsening situation of infrastructure at equal or more pace. It is a concern. If we do not fix our urban infrastructure, agriculture, etc., in the next 5 to 10 years, we are in for a very, very expensive and almost an impossible future. And 10 years is not far too much into the future. You would have seen, despite the progress that we are making, our air is bad, our water is bad. I stay in Vasant Kunj in Delhi. Sometimes the taps bring me brown water and you do not understand. Nobody has access to water if it is not either in tanks or motored. So water wars do happen. Everybody wakes up at 5 a.m. to switch on the water motor to really drink water. So the situation is, let us just say, situation is grim. It is important to acknowledge the level of the problem. Now, from my experience, I could say that both public finance and private finance will be absolutely critical. There are very many solutions which will require public-private partnerships. I will give you a couple of figures. This budget, so just like you, Harish, I also had a conversation with my, the student who had come to receive me. And it's very important to have those conversations. And I just said, okay, have you looked at the budget and what are you doing? And it's just the transport system. I said, great, you know, urban is important, transport is important, but let's come down to the budget. And the Finance Commission. 16th Finance Commission has given what is being called the largest bounty to urban, which is $36 billion over 5 years, okay? World Bank study in 2022 says that we will need $55 billion per year. That is now 7.8 billion per year according to Finance Commission. Look at the gap that we are already looking at. Within that, of course, WASH will form certain component, etc., which is very minuscule, by the way, in terms of the infrastructure services, etc. So we are facing a huge financing gap. There is no way the governments can actually do it on their own. There has to be private capital, private sector participation in terms of innovation, Aloka that you were mentioning, and financing then those projects so that they can be scaled. So there is no way, you know, we can move without private sector participation. That's my first observation. And the second is about resilience. Do we understand what resilience means? Now, climate resilience, you will see that, you know, there are floods and droughts and heat stress and all of that, but it is also directly impacts socioeconomic resilience. So, it is extremely important to look at sanitation supply as a question of access. That in the face of increasing, you know, climate events, how will we become resilient in access, portability, etc. So all of these things need to be, again, part of the planning process, part of the budgeting process, by the way. Could there be a climate adjusted water budget in the cities? Could there be solutions like that? We have come to a situation where if we do not act on yesterday's basis, we are running far too late. So my observation, multi-country experience, whatever I want to say is there are solutions there. You can do it. Municipalities in India, Vadodara, Surat, Indore, all of them are talking and they deal with water on an everyday basis. That's part of those services that they have to provide. Now it has to go to the next level and we can't depend upon state grants alone. They of course never come in time, okay? So let's really get serious about it. Universities, students have to take on projects which can bring out interesting aspects, and then businesses, stock exchanges, and everything that is possible to be done to scale the solutions. Solutions are there, capital is there, you have to spend effectively, and you have to catalyze the limited amount that you have to crowd in much more private capital for WASH.
Thank you for raising the important point. I think, Meeraben, your thoughts?
My voice generally is quite loud. My students complain that they can hear me on the last one. But anyway, it's very good to see that our students have been very active with the guests that we have. Every speaker has talked about how the student interacted. They had good questions. So thank you, students, and we are really happy. I'm going to take a slightly divergent view. In a sense that I feel that public finance is critical. Public finance for cities is totally inadequate. So we have this condition of rich cities and very poor city governments. And there are ways that we need to think about. And I don't think that it can be solved only through private sector participation. Forgive me, only through blended finance. No. I think we need to ensure that there is enough public finance from the national resources coming down to cities, which is not happening. We've been looking at what, you know, and cities are blamed, oh, you don't collect enough taxes, you don't collect user charges. But a major source of urban finance is what we refer to as intergovernmental finance, intergovernmental transfers, IGTs as they are called. which come from national and state, depending on this, so national to local governments. And we look at some ratios in terms of what is the India performance as against most other performance in terms of IGT to GDP ratios, and India is at the bottom. So it's really, really sad. Not only that US and Canada and UK are 3 to 5%, but even countries like Brazil, 5%, South Africa, 2.5%, Netherlands, Nepal, 8 to 10%, and India at the bottom, 0.5%. So that is something that we, 0.4 even, not even 5, 0.4 to 5%. So it's something that we have to deal with unless we start giving the due recognition that cities need to have a share of national and state finances. This is not going to change. We have a major tax that was recently, not recently, a few years ago introduced, the GST, the value added tax in other countries, the goods and services tax here. I think 2017, I can't always remember these dates, so I've written them down. But so who shares? There's a huge amount collected on GST, as I'm sure most of you would have seen the numbers. And who gets a share of these? Center and state, 50-50. Nothing to state, local governments. So this is something that, not directly at least, indirectly it would come, but it directly does not come. And many, and not me, but many reputed scholars and many reputed reports that have come out have all argued that there has to be a share of local governments, at least at 30%, 20% in GST and such taxes. And this has not happened, despite all kinds of sort of arguments by academics and even politicians. I can't remember the name. One of the, Venkaiah Naidu, had also argued for the same thing, that there has to be a share of GST for local governments. Unless these things happen, I think we will have a situation. We were just looking at, when was it, 15 days ago, elections in New York and Mumbai, mayor elections. And mayor election in New York was worldwide. There was news. And Mumbai mayor elections, not even in Mumbai anybody paid attention. So this is the difference that you see. And why? Because the mayors in India have no powers. It is I don't see any IAS officer, so I can say he's an ex-IAS officer, so it's okay. The IAS officers are the ones who, I'm not blaming IAS officers, but it's the structure of government at local level that we have that do not give any political power. And if we want to change all this, GST transfers to local governments have to increase. If we want to go back, and this is my favorite, that if we have to go back to people like Vallabhbhai Patel, I think Sarojini Naidu also, and certainly Dada Saheb Navroji, these were the municipal presidents, Mumbai, Ahmedabad and elsewhere. If we want to get back that level of political clout at local level, then I think we have to start changing, and no more harping only on, oh, you have to improve your user charges. First improve this, then user charges will themselves improve. Let me stop, if I have a minute. Yes. And I'm not just saying this. We looked at transfers as a percentage of GDP. These researchers, as researchers, we like to sort of back up our arguments with actual numbers. And we find that India is at 0.4%, whereas all these other countries are much, much higher. So that's something that if we want to change that, and if we want to make our cities powerful, then I think these changes have to be brought on before we change the other things of user charges and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Meeraben. I think that brings to the question back to the Professor Aman, that especially for the small and medium sized developing countries, I think middle income countries, what is the priority according to you should be focused on? Where do we start, and is there any example that you would like to share?
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and really delighted to be here. Appreciate the invitation. And let me start by saying that India should not believe that their problems are peculiar. Right? This is not a peculiar problem. The same problem exists in the country that I come from. The biggest city in the country I come from has had 10 mayors in the last 10 years, to give you some indication, right? Aging infrastructure is a challenge in the USA. South America is exactly the same challenges that you've articulated. Fair enough. The question is, we all understand the problem. How do we overcome the problem? And this is the question that you're asking me. I think the opportunities are before us. Indeed, money is an issue. But it's not the only issue, because quantification has been done. If you want to change the world aspect around water and sanitation services delivery, the cost of doing that is 1% of the global GDP. You'll solve the problem. Of all people in the world that don't have water and don't have sanitation, with 1% of the GDP of the world. So you ask yourself, why has this never been done? Right? Now, let me articulate more directly to your question. What opportunities are before us? I think we have some very interesting technological opportunities. For example, the classical notion of big and bold, centralized water treatment plants, centralized wastewater treatment plants, has been a marvel for engineers to have fun with. I like to believe that era is over. This doesn't mean the engineers won't be having fun. I think they're going to have more fun with decentralized approaches, smaller, easier to control, more climate resilient, also during droughts, floods, etc., more localized ability so that an entire city doesn't go off the grid if one plant goes down, etc. In addition, on the sanitation side in particular, for that half of the world, or slightly more than half, that does have a water-based toilet, isn't it interesting that every time they flush between 7 to 12 liters of drinking water quality is being flushed down the drain? That cannot continue to exist in the future. So the kind of technological approaches that are before us are non-sewered approaches, recycling approaches, reusing waste, etc. I think that that's where the opportunity is before us to become climate resilient, looking at alternative technological approaches, using digitization to have better control, more remotely done, having what today is becoming common in some parts of the world, which is humanless operation, right? I've seen this in parts of the world like China, in the USA, where entire water treatment plant of major scale is humanless. It's being operated through sensors and through people, through control rooms, etc. So these are some of the opportunities that are before us that we need to embrace, because without embracing those and applying the little finances that we do have in a proper method, there are going to be many, many day zeros coming for many cities in the future, unfortunately. Thank you for now.
Thank you. Very important point you have raised. I think taking the ideas and the opportunities exist for the cities and the countries. This often such new innovations, public finance is not ready to accept because they have to be proven, and sometimes such demonstration is actually helping. How this blended finance instrument and the structure which is supported by the external funding would lead to such innovation at a scale, and what is your experience so far? If you were to share some example as well.
Yeah, thanks, Dhruv. So I'll come to that in a bit, but I think just going back to what Dr. Meera also mentioned, I think that whole point around intergovernmental transfer is extremely important, right? So if I want to build on that a little bit, now while we do that, I think there is also a way to bring an outcomes lens to doing that as well. There are obviously transfers happening from the federal to the state, to cities as well. Now there is outcome-based budgeting that has started to happen. Now how do we actually push that forward? How do we actually link outcomes and not just input activities, right? But even if not outcomes, because those obviously take much longer to measure, but even if we move towards outputs, outcomes, I think that is one step forward to even using government budgeting really, really well. And taking that forward, say in a hypothetical, positive, utopian world, if that were to happen sometime soon, there will still be a gap of funding that is needed. So at a global level, that figure is at about $114 billion when we look at SDG 6. So there is, I think, the important aspect here to tap into the private capital markets. And since we have the youth of the nation in the room, I don't want to paint such a grim picture. Yes, it is bad, but the good news is there is an answer, there is a solution in the room, right? There is capital sitting in capital markets worldwide. If we use even a percentage of that, as Professor mentioned, you have enough to fulfill your global SDG gap on an annual basis. It's about how do you do that? It's about how do you prepare, how do you create those opportunities? And today, even when we tried to structure a blended finance facility for wash and sanitation, with some of the financing institutions in India just focused on that. The first challenge we faced was not about finding the capital, it was finding the pipeline. Right? Are there enough MSMEs, are there enough startups in this field that are actually working in the space of water and sanitation? The answer is yes. But are they ready to take on debt capital? Are they ready to take on equity? The answer is no. So there is this, some may call it the valley of death, some call it incubation phase. I think there is need for certain structures to support innovation, to get them to a certain level of scale where then commercial capital can come in and then markets take shape. So there are examples, and now maybe I'll come to that. So one is, of course, looking at more outcomes-linked financing. HSBC, of course, has launched its own sustainability-linked bond, the first in India. A few years ago in DC, there was a similar experiment that was done. It was a small amount of $25 million for checking the rainwater runoff, right? Where they said, okay, fine, Goldman Sachs is going to issue the bond, and in case the city is actually able to meet its set objectives, then the interest rate would actually come down. And if they were not able to meet the stipulated objectives or those outcomes, they would actually have to pay a step up in the interest rate. So there are examples like this of sustainability-linked bonds, or I mean, if I just more generally call it outcomes-based financing, where you can tie outcomes to align incentives of both commercial capital providers or even the people who are absorbing this capital. So social enterprises, for example, right? If I could ask a social enterprise to provide high quality FSM services in a community, to do that, they would actually require some amount of working capital. Now, if I'm able to tie that to outcomes and say if you're able to successfully do this, I'm happy to lower that interest rate, and that lowering of interest rate could happen, say, from philanthropic capital. That becomes a social success note. So there are examples of these that we're now seeing across the spectrum being done at different scales as well. And then, of course, we have municipal finance. One of us talked about that as well. Now, it might not work if you're looking at a small city government. They might not be able to issue the municipal bond on their own. But if you are able to then pool it, apply certain risk mitigation like guarantee structures, then that becomes another example, right? So the principles, it's about how do you innovatively use outcomes to actually incentivize people to provide access as well as quality of these services at that scale.
Thank you. I think I'm going to the first Neha and then come to you, because we see there is a greater role that NSE can play. So just getting the Dr. Ahuja mentioned about that the answer is not the social stock exchange to the students but the municipal bond. But the Meera Ben, who started working in the first designing the municipal bond way back in the 90s, I
So we have to unleash every possible source, every possible innovation. And but I will take this question on municipal finance and also what Aparna mentioned about guarantee structures by giving you examples what has happened, the huge potential to scale it up, but why it is not happening. So when I say grim picture, my idea is that let's acknowledge the problem because the solutions are there and the speed and scale need to be accelerated. So also to go back to Miraben's thing that yes, the transfers have to happen. But even, I mean, the local cities are not fiscally autonomous bodies. 74th Amendment does not give you that, power to raise your own finances. So either we are talking about constitutional amendment, which then is another long journey or a dream, which I do not know whether will come true or not. Short of that, what can we do? Short of that, how can we unlock every kind of instrument that we have? Municipal bonds, and then I will come to partial credit enhancement to take the point initiated by Aparna. Municipal bonds, of course, corporate bodies, municipal bodies have always depended upon state grants. So they never have to come to the market, right? But there are nearly 20 cities which are, or municipal corporations which are investment grade, by which I mean AA, okay? By which I mean that they can go to the market and people will find them credit worthy to be able to invest. The rest, all of them are less than AA. AA, why I'm saying this is important for all of you to know that our institutional investors like pension funds, insurance funds, they want that security or that credit worthiness to actually invest their money. Okay. Now, last year, 1 year alone, there were 10 issuances by municipalities. Whether labeled or not, whether green or not, doesn't matter. Okay, we of course work with many municipalities. 4 of them we have worked with: Surat, Vadodara, Ahmedabad, Indore, Ghaziabad, and each one of them has a green bond issuance. We are again working now with some municipalities who want to issue a blue bond focused on water and resilience. So there is a lot which is happening. Whether that is enough? Well, it is not. But can that be scaled up? Yes. With a lot of effort, with a lot of visibility to these efforts, this can happen. Pooled finance. PM did that in 2007. 13 ULBs came together and there was a layered a guarantee system where US aid came in, even commercial partners like ICICI came in. But why has it not happened again? To my mind, and other people can chime in, because it was too complicated a structure. 13 ULBs, 5 others. We need to start getting things out which are slightly simpler, pooled definitely, because that's the answer. But don't go too complicated that other people can't. So this is the way to. So don't say that 500 municipalities should now issue bonds. Let's focus on those 20. Now, just for the information of this house, there is a development finance institution by the name of NAPFID, which is the National Development Bank for Infrastructure Development. Municipal issuances is their prime mandate. What are they looking for? They're looking for they have also a product called partial credit enhancement. So all the lower rated ones, they say that we will give you our product, but they're also making it conditional to robust kind of methodology or governance, etc. And let that come. There is one more point which is extremely important. If you talk to the pension funds, even when the credit enhanced product comes, they are hesitant in putting their money in because it has been credit enhanced. So some of this will get solved by demonstration. Climate Bonds Initiative with National Stock Exchange and with our partners, we are trying to get these kind of pipelines out so they can become investable, they come to the market. There is a lot And I can tell you, we are working with some investment bankers also. Municipal issuances are going to get scaled up. There is a lot required there, but in the next year also there is a pipeline which is waiting to get to the capital markets, which is also a labeled pipeline, not vanilla pipeline, whereby saying that they'll call their bonds green bonds or blue bonds and things. That's all.
Thank you. I think our center is working on more on the credit worthiness assessment for cities, and I think our interaction with the many investors is that there is no much trust in the municipal authorities. So in that context, what is to be required to strengthen the trust building for the municipal body as a credit worthy partner for the effective investment portfolio, and how this NSE and the social stock exchange can play a role?
Thank you. I think answers were similar what Neha is suggesting, but I like to go slightly deeper into this. And I take clue from Aparna and Neha both, and Mr. Majumdar also. So let me go very deep into the subject. I said I have into energy, electricity, power, infra, road. I know about this space, but when you talk municipal market instrument, you need to understand the IRR involved in any sector. Electricity is typically giving roughly 12 to 16% post-tax IRR. When it comes to water, it is giving 8 to 12%. So it is not definitely equity material. At this stage, like Aparna said, there are not many SMEs or companies ready for tapping the equity markets, but they can tap the market through municipal bonds or social outcome-based funding. Now, let's go to the next level deeper. I think Ms. Mehta also spoke about that. But when I see the municipal bond, because I used to head this vertical for almost 2 years, and recently because we launched listed derivatives, so I couldn't handle it anymore because I just see one problem, and it's very practical, realistic assessment. Again, coming from a young municipal commissioner, I didn't marry municipal commissioner. And my story on this is, so it's a fundamental problem. Rest everything you can got the AI and textbook, but this problem nobody speak about. I speak about. I think the municipal bond story is like going from point A to point B, Surat to Ahmedabad. So we are, I explain the story here, how much time we have? I need to ask you, how much time we have? 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 30 seconds I'll finish. So, on a highway, which is a toll road, there's a car, and I cover everything in this story, In this car, there is a beautiful car, and when I see this car nearby, I see that in the back seat, there are 3 beautiful ladies and handsome men sitting. One is definitely consultant from CBI, And why I'm saying so because so she's taking care of the credit worthiness aspect. The other guy is accountant who's taking care of the financial side of the entire discipline, user charges, etc., etc. The lady on the right side is sitting and she's talking about that I will definitely do something so that they can become merchant banker viable projects, And then I go to the front side, see the very senior old man, has a lot of experience in municipal area, and they think that I can structure a project which will surely take this vehicle from Surat to Ahmedabad. But I'm just seeing there's no driver over there, The car is there, that support is there, the student is also there, but there's no driver, and the driver is municipal commissioner. I'm telling you, this driver is municipal commissioner because he knows that there's a possibility that when I start this journey, halfway I'll be asked to leave this car. So why should I put in so much effort, So I think government has given through a lot of support, their consultant, advocates, legal fraternity. We as a market are there, senior guys sitting in the front. But drivers they don't have zeal or they drive to, drive their car far. So this is a typical problem. What we do, I think I give the solution. Just try to give a fixed tenure to this municipal commissioner. Or the second solution is the old guys sitting in the front should be a constant feature of any municipality. They should handle the next municipal commissioner and the continuity should be there. Why not lady? This weather is really keep you sitting in the front seat. I'm very happy. So I think if we can solve this, I think because there is a lot of participation. The professor said 10 mayor in 10 years. The similar stories, 20 commissioner in 10 years in many cities, vertical.
municipal bond will not take a fillip or not take exponential growth till the time you solve this very critical driver problem. Next to the question is, I have two very smart ideas, and I would request the students to talk to me after this. I think the municipal bond are lacking the credible project pipeline of project ideas. They haven't doing a lot, but I think there are so many great ideas can come. And there are not many ideas we are sharing there. Credible project which can be supported partly through user charges, partly through some extra cess, and then they can repay the loan are very important. And you student can tie up with us. We can work on that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I think across the panel member there are lots of points which CWAS has been working on. So Meera Ben's your reflection, and also the
long before CWAS, I was trying to count how many years ago, 30 years ago I counted, I can still manage to do that. In Bangalore, we had this first conference on municipal bonds. I'm sure all of you have heard.
Yeah.
Rakesh was there, not Rakesh, Satwalekar. Deepak Satwalekar from HSBC Bank was there. And there was this whole, we had people from municipal side and people from the industry, finance bankers and so on. And there was a lot of, yes, this is something to take up. And over the years, everybody said, yes, let's take up, yes. All reports, if you see Government of India reports, all of them mention municipal bonds, but what has happened? Nothing much. Now, being back to academics, meaning more pure academic, we said let's look at how do municipal bond experience of India compare with other countries. And I started looking and I said only US. No other country, Europe, there are no municipal bonds of this type that we are talking about. They are essentially very different instrument, more of very different type of it. The only other countries that tried and have got into major issues with this is China. All of you must have heard about, there have been a lot of story of LGFEs that have run into huge problems, and in between the whole China growth story could have been affected by the problems that were there. So I think we need to maybe, and I don't like to say that because we were the ones who started this so-called municipal story, but maybe we need to have a rethink on what are we talking about and whether the way we are talking, and why is it that only US has. And one of them, we are trying to explore, one of the reasons is that US it has become so, is that the local governments are extremely powerful. They have the independence. And unless we do those things, I don't think it's a question of only structuring. I think structuring can easily be done with property tax revenues, which have actually been done quite successfully. So that's not the major issue. Major issue is the strength of local governments. That is something that we need to, and I go back to my earlier thing that unless we change those things, it is not going to happen. I wanted to also share, but I guess we don't have time, but I welcome you to look at a small pilot that we did on, pilot that was scaled up on blended finance in Kenya, working not with municipal agencies, but with communities. And communities linking them to the banking sector, which was quite well developed, and using government, using the World Bank subsidies, that was subsidy scheme, OBA scheme that was available. Using those subsidies, we did a very simple but innovative structure. We did pilot projects of about 10, working with 10 communities, linking them to the Kenya commercial, the bank. And now that has been scaled up with a countrywide application in Kenya. So maybe that we need to go back to the drawing board, and I agree that blended finance, yes, but what kind of blended finance, and maybe that is what we need to. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it says that the 30 years are also not enough. So 1 hour is definitely not enough to have this argument. Yeah. So I think let's take this argument. There are certain points, there is pros and the rebuttal also. I think let's have a do over the tea. Thank you very much, the panelists. I think questions. Quick 2 questions.
Yeah, I think it's a very good timing for having the questions. Even we take sometimes with the break as well. Because this is the main function of whatever the progress that we are targeting, have we achieved or not. So having in the context that just Dr. Mira said that it's the strengthening of the local government, right? So whatever policy into practice that we are thinking about is, yeah, policy in black and white at the federal level is already done, I would say, in the South Asia region or anywhere in the world, I would say like that. After coming right to water and sanitation as a fundamental right, then policy documentation kind of thing is done. No more of advocacy or influencing is required. But what is required at the current times is that is the strengthening of the service providers, being central at the community level. So my thinking is that how the programming or the financing of the multilateral financing institutions, including ADB or HSBC or even different kind of bonds, have been strategized as per the evolution of WAS sector, right? So the level of funding and also the criteria of funding. So what are the major key criteria of those funding and making a program? Thank you.
Quick question, direct question, please. Hi, I want to ask a question related to green bonds that currently the government of India is offering incentives to issue green bonds for the municipal corporations. However, the 4 to 5 corporations or maybe more than that would have been done. But when we talk about scalability, what aspects we can look at when we say that there should be a cost benefit analysis considering that the greenium that is offered versus the cost that the municipal corporations have to incur in terms of issuance as well as third party verifications and other registration costs, etc.
Yes, second question, I will come to that directly. So, and we will do part answering to that question. So, the Mahua, the incentive that it has, it limits that at 13 crore rupees for 200 crores, okay? Very good incentive because it brings, it tends to bring municipalities to the market. But also, it limits their volume because now they go only for 200 crores. Correct? So the scale that which could have happened, they limit themselves because they can keep on deriving that incentive each time they issue for that size. You will see all the municipal issuances, they are either $12 million or $24 million, meaning 100 crores to 200 crores. So sometimes incentives are needed, they work, but they also limit. Okay? Now second is about the cost of verification, an important question. We have seen that there are two kinds of costs involved. One is the verification which is done by the market entities, and if these municipalities are also certifying it, there's a little cost coming there. Yes, this verification cost can become sometimes prohibitive. If in 100 crores you go 20 lakhs, 25 lakhs with this, then of course any municipal corporation would say, why? We are trying to address this issue, but it is more a market issue. We have got this feedback. In certain other jurisdictions, this cost is taken up or subsidized by development finance institutions. In Singapore, the Monetary Authority of Singapore also takes up this verification cost. In India, when I talk to SEBI, they don't want to take this for good reasons, because they want the market to come up without subsidy. Okay? But at the same time, I think there is a role for development finance institutions, both national and international, when they come with their credit lines to actually help manage for the cities, because it is a cost for the small issuance size. Big issuance size, if the scale was there, that would have gotten taken care of.
So the second part of this is why the cost of prohibitive is, I think economic scale is not there. I mean, 29 issues, raising 3120 crores is nothing before the capital market, you know. But capital market, SEBI is applying all the compliance and risk management practices as they apply for the very high-end issues, you know. And that leads to the cost. But more and more issues will come, the cost will go down. Even Neha, I request you to reduce your cost. So, And I'm just joking. Second is, I think the recent budget has kind of covered it that you can take 1,000 crore project with 100 crore coming from the government. So from 6.5%, yeah, exactly, 6.5% cost of 200 crore converted to 10%. So government is also taking care. Third very important thing, I again believe, then if they need fresh ideas, a number of projects, sewage, water, renewable energy generation. I mean, they need a plethora of options, choose for, so that more and more and more project can come. Coming back to your answer, I talk about SLB. I think green bond is now not that preferred version. Sustainability bonds is a better version where you are taking upfront penalty on you. Two recent issues that happened in NSE bond platform. One is by L&T. They have raised around 500 crores, and they got, I think, the coupon yield of around 6.20, which is a reasonably very low yield expectation. In green bond, they expect around 8.5, 8. And again, the KPI green again raised 500 crore. And they got the same range, 6.4% yield. So I think SLP, when they're putting upfront, KPIs and taking the penalty on themselves, returns are better and yields are low. So I think that's the better way to go. Thank you.
I'll quickly respond to the first question. Dr. Meera, if you want to go first, that's okay. So the first question, I think, and thank you, I think both fantastic questions. Since Sabya, your question's been answered largely, I'll maybe take the first one. I think we've talked a lot about scale and commercial capital coming in and better use of government capital through intergovernmental transfers. I think the one thing that we probably missed talking about on the panel today is the role of, say, something like a technical assistance or a capacity building support. I think that plays a very, very crucial role. And since you talked about building capacities of MSMEs, etc., any time a facility is being structured, whether it's being driven by public or private finance, I think this forms a very, very critical layer. It doesn't get enough credit, but it is the secret sauce. In some ways, it also acts as a indirect de-risking mechanism, right? So you can apply as much risk mitigation through guarantees, whether they're partial credit guarantees, first loss, second loss guarantees. But when you're building capacity of the players who are actually going to go and implement, that in itself is a fantastic tool for de-risking the investment itself. So I wanted to just bring that up since we didn't get too much time to talk about technical assistance. And the second point I'll quickly make is, see the role of different capital almost coming across as a curve where initially this is going to be pilots and demonstration, and you might lean more on concessional sources of capital, whether that's coming from public or philanthropic sources. But over time, you do want to mature that, so you're not just stuck in pilots and subscale projects, but you want the markets to finally take over. So whenever you're designing a program or a project, it's very, very important to have that sunset clause, right? From the get-go to say, what is it that I'm trying to demonstrate in the first 2 to 3 years? How is data going to show me that this is actually working? And then how do I actually scale down the use of public or philanthropic capital so that I'm able to bring in the markets, for it to be sort of self-functioning, self-acting, and how do I leverage whatever public or philanthropic capital, 5x, 10x, right, so that you can judiciously use that as well.
Just one small point, and all of you want to, at some stage, take up. Why are we not talking about tax-free status for municipal bonds? Not tax-free, I said reduced maybe taxes. The whole US experience is absolutely based on this, that because the tax is lower on municipal, or completely tax-free. Both that, I think, the central taxes and even some of the states also. So that is something that maybe, now that the whole consumer side of the market is developing, it may be something.
No, it is a good suggestion, but the fiscal math is always what goes as plus somewhere, something has to be minus.
Yeah. I think, yeah, over to Jay. Thank you very much.
Hello, yeah.
I think financing has been an always interesting subject to all of the participants, be it for the government or the research academia. So thank you to all our esteemed panel members for sharing your diverse and perspective views on this. I would now request our team members to present the memento to all the panel members. I would request Geenal. Sure. There's a group photo. I would request Geenal to present memento to Mr. Hamnath Kasan. Thank you. Karan to Ms. Aparna Dua. Deepti. Deepti to Dr. Harish Ahuja. Gaurav to Dr. Meera Mehta. And Manish to Ms. Neha Kumar. Thank you to all panel members. There's no break, yeah. Request all the participants to grab your tea. There's no separate tea break for now because we are already running late. You can grab your tea from outside of the room. You can come back sharply after 5 minutes, and we'll start our next session, which is a keynote address. Thank you. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello.
I'm delighted to introduce Osward. Uh, he has a uh, I was hoping it will come up. Oswald has long 30 years of expertise in water and sanitation. I thought I will not read this, that's why I wanted them to put up and there. You can read, he has really long experience. But I wanted to talk a little bit, and more recently with African Development Bank. I think he's led the urban portfolio and then the director of, I don't know what exact, director of the water and sanitation of the African Development Bank. So it's a major responsibility. I think some of the more innovative things that are happening in the sector in Africa certainly go back to his initiatives. If I may, Oswald, I wanted to talk a little bit about how we met initially when we went to Africa many, many years ago. He was a regulator in Zambia. And, you know, going from India, I had no idea what is a regulator. There is nothing like regulators here. So for me, it was a major experience to meet Osward and learn about how regulation happens, and really learned a lot from Osward in that. And what is interesting is yesterday I was talking to him at dinner, and now that he's retired from his African Development Bank work, he's taken up work in his village, I think, in his village, and he's set up a whole community focusing on water and particularly water-related initiatives. So I was telling Dinesh that this is the kind of work that one should be doing after retirement also. So I think he continues to work in the water sector, regardless of whether he is working as a regulator in Zambia or African Development Bank handling major portfolios, and even after retirement. So Osward, we look forward to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The pointer. Can I have the laptop? I want the laptop to control from here.
You can control the slides for the
All right, okay. Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Emeritus Professor Merameta, and for those kind words. I'm truly humbled. One of the things when I first met Mera, and this has remained consistent, is that she's very quiet, very reserved, but give her the opportunity to speak. You just go, wow. You know, the fountain of knowledge, the conviction about things, the knowledge, the facts, it's just amazing, you know, and I've always admired her for that, you know, and thank you very much for insisting. I'm so happy that I'm here in Ahmedabad. And this place is just so peaceful, you know, thank you so very much. Now, let me do something before I start sharing a few of my thoughts and nuggets. Just by show of hands, how many students do we have around? Excellent, excellent, excellent. And from the civil society, how many people do we have from the civil society? Very good, very, very good. Consultancies and any private sector? Consultancies and private sector, okay. Government, local, national, state, government? Okay, now there are a few hands, there are a few hands. Politicians, any politicians? Okay, okay. Not invited. Yes, you see, that's where the challenge is. You know, we are talking to ourselves. You know, if we want impact, the politicians must be here. You know, they make the decisions on where the money goes, on how things are done, and who benefits. You know, we need to bring them on board. So I think in making my discourse, I would like to share a little bit about my life, a little bit about what I have done and gone through, and just pick a few nuggets, you know, that would help us in going forward. The question I've asked about who is here, I'll keep referring to it, you know, because we're making the same mistakes we were making 30 years ago. You know, we keep talking to ourselves. We keep talking to ourselves. Now, to my student friends, I want to throw a challenge to you. You know, you are in the right career, you are making the right, you have made the right choice, you know, but I think you need to think about the end, you know. Someone would say, but why is this guy retiring? He seems to have so much energy. Jen yesterday was saying, yeah, you seem to be full throttle. No, I had determined when I would I'll retire. I bypassed it by a few years, but it's very important for you to know exactly where you want to get to. You know, let passion drive you. You know, I'm talking to my student friends here, you know, be purposeful and let your passion drive you. You know, the money will come, the resources and the promotions will come. Work on your passion, work on excellence, and whatever little things you have to do, do your very best. You know, put in your very best, and you will see the difference that it brings about. And if we have sustained development and people that are passionate about what they do, will make a difference. If we are going in for employment, for a salary, we'll never make a difference. Okay. Where do I point for it to work? This way, eh? It's not moving. Oh, I moved too fast. Okay. So, just by way of background, when we're talking about WASH and climate change, we all know now that climate change impact manifests largely through water. Too little or too much, you know, and there are consequences to both. Now, the extremities of these are increasing, the frequency, the intensity, and so on and so forth. Now, in understanding the context of WASH, WASH gets affected whichever the case. If you have too much water, then you have all the pollution, you have all the lack of supply, because even the treatment facilities in many times are inundated, and so on and so forth. When it's too dry, of course, the sources dry up, you know, the scarcity, the pricing goes up, and so on and so forth. So this is the context. This is where we coming from. And we all now know that to address this, to address climate change, adaptation in the water sector becomes very, very critical. You know, we need to look at the whole system, the systems approach, you know. We just don't look at the infrastructure. We don't just look at the pipes and pumps. You know, we need to begin right from the top. The leadership, you know, the leadership awareness. We need to educate them. The governance, what governance framework is in place, you know, for things to work. Institutions that are there. Whether you want regulator or no regulator, it depends on how you make things work, you know. Have a framework that works for you, you know, and for the different contexts. Then we'll also see that in this adaptation, we're not just looking at this. Of course, we're also looking at the technologies. We're looking at the financing, and we're looking at sustained financing, you know, and we should not just look at external. We need to look at inward, you know, and begin from there and maximize what is available, and then look outside for additional. You know, we need to look at the capacities, the human resource, you know, and this is where I commend the university here for things like this. It's very important to raise awareness, to raise an understanding, to share ideas, you know. I always loved conferences, because every time I left a conference, I felt motivated. I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to do something, you know, to get some result at the end of the day. So this is good. You sharing knowledge. Knowledge is very valuable if we take action on what we have learned. Okay, next. The Global South, unfortunately, I got this and I thought that it painted a very nice picture of what is happening in the global south. But even what seems green there, it's very doubtful, particularly for Africa. The situation is gone down, you know. We have a case where leadership is weak, governance, institutions, the infrastructure is weak. So whenever we have these extremities, you know, the impact is grave, you know. And in addition to this, because the first 4 points are very weak, the prioritization is also very low for water and sanitation. Investments are low, technology uptake is very low. One of the things the president of the African Development Bank asked me when I was the director of water development, he said, Osward, why is the uptake of technology in the water sector so low? You're still doing things the way they were being done 40, 50 years ago. You know, there is not much innovation at scale in the water sector. I said, Mr. President, you are right, you know, because we always just want to think pipes and pumps. I think we need to upgrade, you know, and think artificial intelligence as well. So we have, of course, in the global south, the most affected people because of lack of the above, and there's low demand, you know. However, this is changing, you know, and the sense of urgency, therefore, is not there. The politicians, because the politicians are not, you know, they just tell you, oh, no, there's no money, we can't do anything. But if you put pressure on these politicians, if elections is tied to what they do, what actions they can promise within the water sector, we are going to have a big difference. Now, when we come to talking about governance, I experienced governance issues. Before I became a regulator, I did water sector reforms, you know. So we put in place a policy, a coherent policy that addressed all the different elements. We put in place a legislation, you know, to ensure that everyone knew what they needed to do and what they needed to work on, and then a strategy. Then started establishing the institutions. We commercialized service provision with the local authorities at the center of that, or the municipalities, and established a regulator. You know, so I fully understand the value of governance, because once there is a loophole, things cannot work or things cannot move. There has to be accountability. Responsibility is given, and there is accountability that follows that. Awareness, I cannot overemphasize this, particularly when you are bringing about change. You know, when I led the reform program in Zambia, the need to communicate what we were doing and what was coming was so very critical. And this is why I was asking for politicians. We need to manage upwards, you know. Unless we manage upwards, these are people who are coming from the communities, elected today, tomorrow they are ministers or they are governors, you know. They don't know much about water. We do. We need to take time to educate them what works and what doesn't work, what to prioritize and what not to prioritize. We have a duty, we have a responsibility to manage upwards, you know, and for success and for true leadership, we have to manage upwards. Otherwise, we will not get the results. So, it's our duty. It's for us to see that the policy framework, the institutions, the strategies, the legislation, and really at the end, an action plan that buttresses all this is there with smart indicators. In governance, one of the things that happens in the tapestry of life, you know, there are many different facets. And we all don't have everything, you know. There are contributions that come. And therefore, we must do everything to ensure that we bring everyone on board who will play their role and that they understand their role. And therefore, we can go, someone, I think it was Nita yesterday was talking about if we want to go far, you know, this is a we go together. you know. In the water sector, we have no choice. You know, we have to go together. Politicians, decision makers, financiers, everyone has to come on board because there is a role that has to be played. We can talk, theorize, all these things. Let's bring in a politician. Let's understand their perspective. We are academicians, you know, so we need to be open-minded, you know, and to understand what goes on in the mind of a politician when making these priorities. There are a lot of pressures: education, health, roads, you name it, food. They have to think about that. Can we help them prioritize water? Coming from a development finance institution, I did see this very, very evidently. You know, you go out in a country, you know, it's like children. We want roads, we want markets, we want agriculture, we want, so you say, okay, so, but which one is the priority? You know, and everyone from their sector says, no, agriculture is priority, food, you know, health is priority, no, education is priority. That clearly indicates that there is an issue, there is a problem. And this, I know, even here in India, this could be the problem. When you have the different ministers before the prime minister or before the minister of finance, this one says, yes, this one, that, this and that. We need to ensure that when we move in together, we have prioritized things and we say, okay, for this to work, the backbone, the skeleton starting point is this. Let's go into this. Next will come that. And certain elements, they are emergencies. They need to be dealt with like that. But that cannot happen until everyone comes together, you know. So we need not underplay the value of partnership, the value of collaboration. It is so very, very critical. You know, now, for growth, what incentives are there? Of course, for students, I want to get my degree. I want to get a distinction so that I stand a higher chance of being recruited. What incentives are there for politicians? What incentives are there for government workers, you know, to make the right decisions? You know, these are things that we need to start building in and bringing this evidence before the politicians. I learned about the value of incentives when we're doing regressions. You could punish, you could penalize, but when you put incentives before utilities to do things, it made a huge difference. You know, you didn't have to spend a lot of money in beating them, flogging them. No, you know, they were moved by incentives. Let's spend time to think through the incentive system so that we can get things going. I had a very interesting listen to the debate on the financing. You know, it seems we're going through the same cycle as we have done before. You know, we need to strengthen the case for finance. And the best way to strengthen the case for finance is to begin with leadership. You know, have a strong leadership, a leadership that understands the value and the importance of what we are doing, that we're headed for a crisis if we ignore water. Any country that has developed significantly, they prioritized water and invested in water, you know, and indicate that if local authorities, municipalities, utilities, and even these governments want to get more resources, they need first to demonstrate that they are efficient in the use of internal resources. I worked for the African Development Bank for 15 years, and I can tell you that in countries where there was transparency, there was rapid use of resources, and with results, they received more money than countries where there was corruption. I'm sure Nita would attest to this. You know, we had appetite to go in and give more and get grants out to such countries. You know, we understand this now. Let us drive and help in ensuring that municipalities, state governments, even the national government, they prioritize efficiency in their budgetary system, you know. And preparedness. It also goes that in countries where there was transparency, efficiency, and all this, they were also prepared. You know, we were talking about that 7 billion that has been given. Are the states ready? Do they have the designs? Do they have, can they start roaring out? You know, you want to be anyone from the World Bank before I'm stoned? All right, I can say this. The World Bank comes and says, we'll give you 2 billion, you know, and, but, 2 billion, yes, you get excited. Do you have the studies ready? When are you going to? Money has a cost. Whether it's a grant or it's a loan, it has a cost. And it's a factor of time, you know. The quicker you can burn it, the quicker you can get it to work, the better for you, you know. But because we are not prepared, when it has been announced and then say, okay, what projects are we going to do? Are the studies there? You know, we start doing things in a rush. There are countries where you get these things ready and prepared, and you can get the burnout, the results coming out in good time. Instead of taking 5 years, 10 years in certain cases for one project to be executed, the project can be executed in 3.5 to 4 years, you know, and people start getting the value of the investment, you know, other than keeping them waiting for 10 years and so on and so on. So it's very important to have the preparedness. The environmental and social governance studies and issues need to be taken into account. Blended finance, I don't want to go into that, but it's there. You know, you need to be smart about it. We need to go deep and understand how these things work. You know, there are a lot of resources out there, but we need to understand how the mechanism works to access these resources. You know, leveraging what you have. The 37 billion that the government has released, you know, our belief at the African Development Bank was, don't let government start burning that money like that. Let them leverage it. You know, if they go, for example, to the global, the Green Climate Fund and say, okay, we have got 37 billion. Of this, 50% is going to climate change adaptation. How much are you ready to bring in so that, because climate change, addressing the issues of climate change, both mitigation and adaptation, affects everyone, you know, affects everyone. The Green Climate Fund will say, all right, that looks a good package. We will bring in 20 billion. So instead of just spending 37 billion, you have leveraged another 20 billion on your 37 billion. You know, this is how it works. And multilateral development institutions are very good at doing this. You know, the problem is there's a lot of ignorance. You know, Nita, I'm sure, is there with ADB. They work in the similar fashion in Asia, you know, leveraging resources. The countries do not yet understand how to leverage their own internal resources, you know, so that they invite in, even the private sector could be invited in. Let the things that can be done by the private sector be done by the private sector. The public sector has to provide the backbone, you know, but you need to understand and know how do we go about this business. The institutional arrangements need to be made very, very clear, you know, the governance elements. Where there is confusion, you don't know how the resources are going in, you know, you stand on the fence because of issues of risk management. We raise our own risks, you know, rating, and by the way, risks cost, development banks, as well as the commercial banks, they will put the interest rate based on their perceived risks. And all these elements that I'm talking about, the institutional assessment and all these things are based on how they assess the particular state, government, or institution, you know, and it is going to cost you more, you know. Therefore, it's very important to manage risk. By the way, regulation is also considered a risk, you know, now that I speak as a development banker, because if you have a regulator that is so captured, let me use this word, captured, you know, they don't make the right decisions. They are not facilitating. A regulator is supposed to facilitate, you know, for good business, for level playing field. But you have a regulator that is very slow, a regulator that is non-responsive, becomes a risk because time financing is a factor of time, you know, and the cost of financing is time is a very big factor in that sense. So if you have a regulator that is slowing down things and not helping progress things, then it becomes a risk that is very costly, okay? The world today, if you follow the COP30 in Belém, one of the recommendations that came out was the need to promote multilateralism. You know, why is the world saying, let us promote multilateralism? You know, you have a group of countries or institutions agreed on, say, this is the way that we are going to do things. This is how we are going to get the resources. Now, in financing, multilateralism is very, very important, you know. Neta. MDBs, multilateral development banks, can raise a lot of resources. Why? It's not only their own resources. They have several other pockets. There are countries that just dump money in these multilateral development banks. Okay, here is a 10 billion. I want you to be, whenever you lend out, you can take a portion of this and give it to the country on the same terms as your terms. Yesterday, we heard that for India, you get at 1%. 1% interest rate. Repayment period, is it 30 years, 40 years? You know? That's the cheapest money you can get. Multilateral institutions can help mobilize these resources. And beyond that, they can help you mobilize climate funds. You know, one of the things I was passionate about at the African Development Bank was to go after these climate funds, you know, because this is cheap money, you know, and a lot of it is grants because it's going towards adaptation, you know. And water, whatever case that you look at, you need to understand that you are addressing adaptation, okay? Very quickly, I'm running towards the end. Okay, so finance, we need to think sustainable financing, not just financing for a project. And programmatic approach is the best way. And the world is looking to integrated approach because of the multiple results that come from there. You go in a region, you go in an area, you address water, but you also address many other issues. Youth employment, it's a big issue. You know, I believe even here in India, the population of young people, you know, out of employment is huge, you know. How do we use water to address youth empowerment? How do we use water to address agricultural productivity and so on and so forth? Inclusiveness, you know, empowering so that we can show results that affect a whole bigger area than just pipes and pumps. Communication, the previous speaker from HSBC, I don't know if she's still around, is so critical. Share this information out, be transparent, and you will see that you will get the results that you are looking at. Innovation and technology and service delivery, I cannot overemphasize this. A lot has been said, you know, communication again. We need to communicate the results. We need to communicate the impact this is having. I can tell you that politicians have no clue about what innovations have come in the water sector. We have a duty to educate them. We have a duty to see that they know that there is a cache of solutions that they can pick from. Service quality, I want to just talk about that because social media is changing things. You know, you don't provide a service, it will be on social media. You're not providing a service. My good friends, unfortunately, they are not here today, National Washer, they can sing as loudly as they want to, but social media will tell you what the truth is in terms of delivery, you know. Therefore, there will be stronger demand for service quality than has been the case before. Okay, so what is the role of government, researchers, private sector in all these things? We need to look at the institutional setup that the policy framework addresses it, that there's strong partnership and that we can scale. We can scale up. these technologies by working with the price. Inclusiveness, I need not overemphasize this. I think we have an understanding of this. It is so critical to the multilateral development banks and all financiers. If you bring a program, you bring a project, you have not accounted for the poor, the vulnerable, the youths, they will not look at it favorably. But if you have made a strong case on inclusiveness, the other things may not even be so strong. But on account of inclusivity, even the private sector, they will come and say, well, I think we can help you make a case on this, you know. And it's very important in mobilizing resources. Monitoring, we need to have a robust information system. Understand what is happening, you know. Tell the story. Know how to tell the story upwards, and know how to tell the story to the communities so that they can buy in and pay for the services. Very, very critical, okay? Next? Yeah, I think I should be saying next. So, in conclusion, you know, we need to manage the political economy. You know, if you are in the water sector, you cannot say you are not involved in the political economy. You have to understand the thinking of a politician because they decide on the money. You need to explain how water supply affects the economy and how it affects the whole system. Health, it affects health, education, you know, menstrual hygiene and all these things. You need to be able to explain that. And you need to learn to collaborate, reach out. I was amazed when I was at the African Development Bank. In a quarter, I would have 3-4 consulting firms from Europe coming into African Development Bank to understand how we were doing business and how we can do business with them. I didn't see almost nobody from within Africa. India, I think we had one company that came through. Reach out. Understand how things are being done. That's how you can access those resources. And there are a lot of grants for preparation. You can then access those resources. Seize the opportunities. Young people, one day you'll be the leaders. Make a difference. You know, take action. Be action-oriented. You know, be passionate about what you do and how you get those results. Let your conviction. I said about Mera. She is a woman of conviction in what she believes and what she wants to talk about. You know, you can so blah, 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 blah. Then she'll come in her software and say, no, but Osward, you know, there's this, and give you the facts. Okay? So build the partnership for scale and impact. These are very, very critical. And in all my experience in reform work, in regulation, in partnerships, nothing goes outside this. It's all within this framework. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share with you some of these thoughts. By the way, this is at my village. Why do I call it my village? I'm within the 10-kilometer radius of the city. You can see I'm doing water harvesting. You see that white pipe? Yeah, and I've left a number of trees around my place just to keep it cool and nice. So I want to put some fish there.
Hello, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Osward Chanda, for this amazing session. I would request only one question from the participant. In the interest of saving time, we can, yeah, Patrick. Okay, one more question is.
Great, thank you so much, Osward. I think brilliant presentation. I think, yeah. The fact that you've had all the time to reflect and to present something like this, I think is an advertisement to all of us who are approaching your stage in things to step out of our day jobs so that we can actually think and put it together and make this sort of inspirational talk. Actually, I just wanted to make one point, and I want to get your reaction on it, and it was triggered a bit by what you write, I think, on your first or second slide, but several others have said it here, which is the point of adaptation. And we keep saying, I've heard a lot, you know, we have to, our sector has to adapt in the face of climate change. But actually, I think we need to flip it around. I think that we need to begin to position our sector as a critical sector to helping societies and communities to adapt in the face of climate change. Our sector is key to resilience, and I think the broader point you're making about making ourselves relevant to politicians, making ourselves relevant to heads of state, revolves around that. And again, and I love the fact that you were saying, and we keep talking to ourselves, and I think saying, how are we going to make our systems resilient to climate change is a typical example of us talking to ourselves. Let's flip it around and say, how do our systems make the whole of society resilient to climate change? Thanks.
Excellent comment. I cannot add more to that.
Thank you. One more question. Yeah. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, just wanted to get your reflection on the regulation part. And basically, what would be your advice? We have been working quite a lot with some regulators in many countries. And when you have, as you have mentioned, weak regulators, political capture, insufficient resources, and other problems, and that creates a whole risk for the sector. What is your advice? How to get out of that vicious circle, and how to really strengthen the regulators?
That's a great question. One of the things that I did in Zambia, I'll give an example from what I did. You know, I always ask myself a question: who is the regulator accountable to? You know? And in doing that, in real sense, the regulator must be accountable to the people, because you are serving and seeing that at the end of the day, you want the people to have a good service at the right price. So you need to expose yourself that I'm here, you have appointed me here to see that you have a good service at the right price. So if a regulator fails to make utilities do that and have the politicians put in place a framework that allows for that, then the regulator is failing, and the public must shout out and say, hey, Mr. Regulator, you're not doing your work. You know, Mr. Regulator, here things are failing, you know, and the social media is very powerful, you know, so bring it out. The regulator, you need to bring out the regulator in the public domain. The regulator cannot be private. No, you know, because it's very easy for a regulator to be captured. All you need to have is a minister take full control of the CEO, and that's it. You know, you just be doing the bidding of the minister. In Zambia, for 3 years, in election years, we have tariff adjustments, you know. The public agreed, and that's where we started from. The public agreed and said, yes, we want the water quality to be improved. We agreed to this tariff adjustment. So always play in the public domain. If a regulator disappears from the public domain, will be captured, you know, and the people will not have the benefit of having a regulator. Thank you.
We are running out of time. I just wanted to say thank you and take this liberty of saying that as and when India we manage to think about appointing regulators, we will invite you again to talk to them how to do regulation. And I'm hearing from my colleagues there, I hope it will be a Miss regulator and not Mr. Regulator.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you very much, Oswald.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Osward ji. Hello. I would request Aditi to present Momento to Thank you. Thank you. With that note, we'll proceed with our next panel discussion, which is on academic discourse on WASH, climate, and urban planning. I would like to invite Dr. Mona Iyer, CEPT University, as a moderator of this panel. Dr. A.K. Pillai, WASH Institute. Excuse me. Dr. A.K. Pillai, WASH Institute of India. Dr. Meenakshi Arora, University of Melbourne, Australia. Mr. Jagat Munashinge, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. Please pardon me in case if I am pronouncing any of the panelists' name incorrectly, but yeah. Please have a. I'll just briefly introduce all the panel members. You can have a detailed look at their biography at the GSEC application. But yeah, I'll start with the moderator, Dr. Mona Iyer. She has been with the CEPT University, and she was she's the professor at the Faculty of Planning at CEPT University, and she is the dean of the GSGS, which is the India Hub Global Sanitation Graduate School. She has come up with more than 25 years of experience in this WASH sector. Our next panel member is Dr. A.K., who is an executive director at WASH Institute. And he heads various he has been the instrumental in the various government of India level panel members. And our next panel member is Dr. Rajul Gajjar, who is the Vice Chancellor at the Gujarat Technological University. She's come up with more than, I think, 4 decades of experience in this academic and research area, and has authored 4 books and I think 3 granted patents as well. You can find about herself on the GSEC app as well, at least for all the panel members. Our next panel member is Ms. Meenakshi Arora. She's the professor at the Department of Infrastructure Engineering at the University of Melbourne. She has also been the recipient of many awards, including the Women in Water Leadership Award, Excellence Award for the Internationalization of Research, and many others as well. And the last panel member is Mr. Jagat Munashinge, who is currently the professor at the Town Planning in the University of Moratuwa. He is a fellow member of many other departments as well at the same university. And he's also the member of the Institute of Town Planners, Sri Lanka. So I would now hand over to Dr. Mona to moderate the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This space is somewhere where I've been interacting with students for 25 years, so it's in my muscle memory to stand up and talk when I talk. So, pardon me for that. And I think I'll not keep standing all the time on your heads, but just to introduce what my previous speaker said, Mr. Osward, it's very difficult to carry on this conversation after such a calm vibe you have left to discuss. And I think you said who is in the room. And we know who are we in the room. We are all professors, not as individuals, but who are we philosophically as people in the room. We are the academics. And all of us, and there are many of us here who wear the hat of academics and also practice. But when I imagine it as a metaphor, it is like many tributaries coming into the river, and we are that spot in the river which receives water from multiple tributaries, which is students. And then when they go forward, they go and meet other bigger river or the ocean, that is practice. And so it is very, very important for us as academics to continuously keep on reflecting on what we are doing. As Patrick was saying, climate change is something we are adapting all the time. And academics is the place where the first time the climate change impact of the change in generation and their outlook towards things is felt. And that is something where we need to keep ourselves very relevant, very progressive, yet very open to the new and upcoming ways of learning and teaching. And that's the space where all of us belong. Each one has tried in their own way what to do. So this is who we are. This is why we are here, and I think what will we take back after this is motivation to teach relevant stuff, to research on problems that matter to the society at large, to the practice at large. And with this kind of hope, when we try to teach or develop curriculum, my student sitting next to me, she was just saying that how do we conduct ourselves so that students learn the difference between conviction and aggression. Students learn the difference between perseverance and desperation, and they still learn to make their point, and they still learn to think out of the box, but before that they think to learn within the box as well. So there's a lot of responsibility, and sometimes we fail, sometimes we succeed, but important is that we carry on. With that brief background, I sit down and I will request my very, very distinguished colleagues to tell us about how they have navigated this space of academics. They have engaged with academic programs, they have administered, they have engaged with practice. How have they done that in this space of WASH, climate and urban planning, and what are the examples they have to share with us? So, over to you, Dr. Majumdar.
Thank you, Mona. Good start, and especially after the keynote, I was really very happy. Some of the points which would have been contentious have already been mentioned. I'll start with talking about, I asked my team, we are a university, we are a multidisciplinary university in all engineering domains, pharmacy, management, computer applications, and there is a very vibrant innovation ecosystem. So I asked both my research cell as well as my innovation cell, and then I chose that I'm going to talk about the innovation cell that has come up with the startups which are already registered, which are earning revenue. That means they are already doing something very, very impactful to the society. And here's a little bit of a few of those startups, not necessarily in terms of priority or in terms of which is best, but very much related to WASH. So let me start with the first one, Billion Carbon Private Limited. A climate tech startup offering a rapid 3-day food waste treatment solution that converts organic waste into biofertilizer while reducing 95% biomass volume. The solution mitigates methane emission, promotes circular economy practices, and supports decentralized urban waste management. Recognized by the World Economic Forum and CNBC Awards, Billion Carbon targets reducing 1 billion tons of CO2 by 2030. So this is the level at which it's not just the innovation ecosystem, the impact has already been started. WellSolve Envirotech Private Limited, a WASH-focused startup providing water and wastewater treatment solutions for ETP chemicals, bioculture, RO chemicals and consultancy. The company supports industries and government bodies in pollution control, water reuse and regulatory compliance, contributing to improved public health. Shri Marut E-Agrotech, developer of an electric tractor aimed at affordable low-emission mechanization of small and marginal farmers. These tractors are not available. They were very much needed. Very small. India has a very, very specific issue of very small farmland. Very difficult to move tractor. The innovation reduced fossil fuel dependency, lowers operating costs and supports climate resilient agriculture. Drone Lab, I'm going to come in my next point about the data. Where is all the data? You need to make decision support systems which is evidence based, which is based on data. So the drone solution provides with 500 plus projects across surveying, construction, agriculture and inspection. The Drone Lab enables data driven urban planning. I have 10, I'll just end with 5, maybe in the next question answer sessions or somewhere I'll be able to talk about the others. 6E Resources, an AI-enabled sewage treatment startup improving efficiency, automation and compliance in wastewater management. A key milestone includes deployment of its intelligent STP at our own campus hostels, serving as a live institutional pilot. The solution supports Swachh Bharat mission and sustainable urban sanitation. So these are some of the, just to give you a brief jhalak of what is already happening, and the multidisciplinarity, the interdisciplinarity, the government, all the players are already put together when we talk of startups which are being recognized even at the World Economic Forum. Thank you.
Thank you. I think thanks Professor Mona, and I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, Asim and Dhruv. They somehow found me and invited me to the conference, and I'm delighted to be here and share my thoughts and experiences, but also learn a lot from everyone in the audience. So I think you have just shared some examples, so I'll skip that part. I come from University of Melbourne, which stands number 1 in Australia for 9 years in a row, and it's 32 in the world, based on its research performance. I come from Faculty of Engineering, but it's a quite comprehensive university. We go from science to arts to medicine, management, so all the faculties are represented, and there is a culture of strong collaboration across different areas. But I'll talk about just Faculty of Engineering, where I come from. We have 10,000 students. Majority are postgrad coursework students, 1,100 PhD students. And although there are lots of examples like bionic ear, you all might have heard of cochlear implants for hearing loss, bionic eye, and many more, we still are not getting the impact we can. The potential is too huge. Just in Faculty of Engineering, 1,100 PhD students means they can solve 1,100 problems, which we definitely are not solving at the moment. So in engineering, 10 years ago in 2015, when we were writing our 10-year strategy for 2025, and now we are refreshing it for 35, the shift changed from doing research from researchers' point of view, from their understanding of the problem, to making impact. All the academics had to write an impact statement for every project they are going to do and undertake and supervise a PhD project. More than 60% of our PhD scholarships don't come from institute or government. We have to write projects along with industry, get some cash contribution from the industry, which means it has to be impactful and used by someone. So that is the first step we have been taking over last 10 years. It's a journey, and we are trying to bring each of our PhD research to be useful for someone. Now, even though you have done that, PhD research is useful, but people finish their degree and they are looking forward to go in the world and find their next job. How do we engage them for that next step? Because they have created very useful research outcome. Now it needs to be translated. So we now have a PhD innovation program. We already had a quite strong entrepreneurial culture through Melbourne Entrepreneurial Center, MEC, for staff. But now PhD innovation program is only for PhD students. So they all go through that 8-week training to understand the ropes of the entrepreneurial process. And if they then wish, they can enroll into translating research at Melbourne program, which has 4 stages. Each one is 6 months, and it takes them through the whole life cycle. So that is about the research students. We also have been thinking quite hard, how do we engage our rest of the 9,000 postgrad coursework students? And I was sharing with some of you yesterday that we tried various ways, bringing sustainability engagement, industry engagement as elective subjects, which some of them will subscribe. But more recently, we have gone to look at each of our subject, identify which aspect of sustainability can be weaved into each subject. So they all have selected 2 sustainable development goals, and they engage students from that. And the capstone project, which every student has to do, has to demonstrate who is the end user of this project. And the project is not only technically sound, it has to be economically sound, it has to be inclusive, socially and environmentally sound as well. So I think with that, I will perhaps stop and will continue over the next few questions.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity given to me. And also, I don't believe that anyone thinks that I'm not an Indian, right? So, the outlook and also the very much, I'm mistaken. I know some of the people were talking to me in Hindi, which I don't understand, of course. But anyway, so thank you very much for giving this opportunity, Professor Dinesh, Professor Meera, and also the team, organizing team. And I may be the only outsider here in terms of talking about the academic things, right? So I will try to kind of make it kind of to the basics, not about the very high things that you were talking about. And also we are a university. I'm working in the University of Moratuwa, which is a small university in a small place in this world. We are a small community of 22 million people in Sri Lanka. I'm sure that most of you have heard about it. And if you have not visited it, of course, this is the time to visit. Please, I'm doing touristic promotion here as well, right? Okay, right. It's a nice place to visit and see, right? Okay. And but when we talk about this, the planning program, we are the only university, and ours is the only town planning program in Sri Lanka, because it's a small place and small community and needed only a small number of planners. That may be the reason. And therefore, we started this program, our department started this, the postgraduate programs as early as in 1973, right? So, bit of a kind of a history, but more than 50 years. But okay, after some time, we felt that most of the people coming for this particular program, just like in your case in CEPT, they're coming from different backgrounds, architects, engineers, maybe the social scientists, and all that. They come and kind of study planning, and they convert to become planners, right? But after some time, we realized it's not going to work. Once you are an architect, you think as an architect, you are not a town planner anymore, right? So it's very difficult to convert them. And you are an engineer, you think in terms of engineering, about the town planning. So it's very difficult. Therefore, we thought of starting a new course at the undergraduate level. So soon after the A levels, they come to the university and they're trained and taught as to become town planners from the very early stages. That's how we started our undergraduate program 2003. In doing that, so this is the history, and not that we stopped our conversion program, that's still there. But in doing that, and we have been kind of producing excellent students. I'm sure that Meera is, Mona is, I mean, she has evidence. I'm sure that you also have evidence. Our students are very brilliant. Of course, they came here, and of course, they came here for the kind of the master's program, and they bagged 9 out of 10 awards once, right? Okay, so it's so brilliant, right? In CEPT University some time back. And in fact, after that, we could not send anyone because they were more interested in going to either Australia or maybe to Europe. So like, that's how the trend is. But whatever it is, so I would say, as I said at the very beginning, that's a kind of, the fundamentals of our thinking. When we started this course in 2003, we thought of, okay, giving the kind of basic understanding to the students about what we really are, what we are planning to do, what we are trying to do, right? What kind of animal that we are going to produce at the end, right? So let me ask this question from the audience. We have a lot of students here. So if I ask you, what 3 things makes the life in this universe? What are the 3 fundamental matters that makes life on this, in this universe, on this earth and in the universe anywhere? Would anyone? Students? 3 fundamental things. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you are there. Okay, brilliant, excellent, right, fine. Okay, we teach the students as a kind of 3 basic things. Three important and also the fundamental matters is the earth, sunlight, and water, right? We put it that way because everything that you talk about, the energy, biodiversity, and the humanity, everything is coming out of that. So that is how we start. That's how we orient students coming from the mathematics background, right? They come with maths and all that kind of knowledge, and they come in and kind of sit in a kind of like a preschool type of mode. That's how we arrange our studios. We wanted them to get into the fundamentals, right? Forget about their kind of big mathematics that they have learned, right? The sciences that they have learned. That's how we start training them. And after that, of course, we ask the next question, okay, what made human beings different from the animals in this living world? What is it that makes human beings different, right? Okay, I will not take time because we are running short of time. The three fundamentals. The first thing is, okay, human beings can imagine that the animals cannot imagine, right? So we can imagine, we have that power. And we can plan, out of that imagination, we can plan to kind of achieve our ends, right? So that's why we become planners, right? Everybody is a planner, every human being is a planner, right? So then, of course, the third one is, okay, not that only plan, we can implement them as well if you wish, action, right? So that is how, and that's how we train our students, and we tell the students, okay, you have the confidence in you because you are a planner. You're already a planner, and you can become a town planner by learning a lot of so many other things, right? So within that, of course, as we said, the three fundamental things, when you say water, that's where wash and everything we talk about, because it has to be there from the very beginning of their kind of education. Not that we have separate modules for them, but in every module that they learn, and we talk up to them about three eyes that we talk to them. When you plan, okay, the first one is about information. So we are very much of kind of data and information driven kind of a course. That's why we change our course name as Urban Informatics and Planning, how it goes. Because as this information age, they have to be trained in that way. So we got it that. And also, we not to kind of just to collect information, but listen to the information, because data speaks. Data speaks, and it will tell you what the real situation is, rather than trying to pick the kind of information that we want and listen and kind of observe data very carefully, so that you will pick the right kind of, you will frame the right kind of problem, right? So the second one is integrated planning. Integrated in the sense, I mean, most of the time we can see, we talk about sanitation, we talk about water supply, we talk about environment, we talk about, and we try to assemble them together, which doesn't make sense, right? And most of the time we fail because it's not really integrated. We got to kind of remember Christopher Alexander's, this tree is not a tree. He says there's a lot of overlappings. Every module, every component that we handle, everything that we deal with, are a lot of overlappings, and even wash must be part and parcel of everything that we do, including urban design, including sociology, including everything. That's why we don't have a separate module for WASH, right? But nevertheless, we have this third thing, of course, we tell them it should be strategic planning. Believe in that, because not that we have to invest in everything, but sometimes make strategic decisions with careful observations, because when we try to find a solution for certain things, and we might be harping upon the knowledge that we have only in that particular domain. For example, we have a lot of examples in Sri Lanka, we have in this WASH program, and some of the estate communities, and the toilets provided to them. And these people, of course, they have converted them to kind of for cattle and poultry and all that, and they were going ahead with their practice, right? And we have to understand, the real problem is not that they don't have a toilet, but they don't have this kind of knowledge and the education in these sanitary practices and good kind of lifestyles and all that. So why is it required? So therefore be strategic, and rather than trying to kind of give one-off solution for that. That is what we do. And this is the way that we have kind of planned, kind of organized our program. I believe I have taken more time, so therefore I stop for the moment. Thanks.
Hi. Okay, yeah.
And sometimes it's also important to focus. So I would request AK to reflect on his experience as well.
So good afternoon to all of you. And yesterday, like him, I had all my points in the mobile phone. It's in the round table, I've fallen somewhere. I was struggling. So today I come with a paper. Right. And I definitely CWAS team always expect that AK in the panel definitely will end up, I'll say some story, definitely I'll assure you at the end. And I would like to say, it's very much related to the topic, right? Yesterday, Ms. Istika came to the airport to pick me. My flight was nearly 45 minutes delayed. And I came out, and immediately got into the car. She started, sharing about what course she's doing and what thesis she's doing. She shared about disaster, particularly focusing about flooding. Then we started discussing the different type of disaster and flooding, and maybe what are the national standard, NDMA standards and SPEAR standard. By the time we reached the hotel, I assured her that I wrote a paper on disaster, particularly focusing on flood. I assured her to share that paper definitely. So that's an indication that how you tune your students, right? The knowledge management, the good part of the conference is knowledge management started right after, immediately after landing the airport. Credit goes to everyone. Credit goes to everyone, right. So compared to other panel members here, I'm We are very small. WAS Institute are very small, and I purely come from an NGO background. I think they included me to really, they wanted to hear about what is happening on the ground, whether what works on the ground or what not working on the ground. That's what I'm going to focus around. Particularly, we are small. I think the student strength varies from 2,000 to 10,000, and also maybe 1,100 PhD students. Our strength is less than 150. So that's what. Yeah. So, however, our course is slightly different because it is demand oriented. So we run nearly 5 courses. So I would like to highlight about 2 major courses. One is about PG Diploma in Sanitary Inspector, right? It's affiliated to Madurai Kamaraj University, and it is a 12 months course, 10 months classroom, and 2 months we place a student right in the corporations, right? They learn everything, water supply, wastewater management, slaughterhouse, and solid waste, everything. So that's what. Maybe the second course, Diploma in Health Inspector. It's a Tamil Nadu Health Department course. In addition to that, we run a 3-month certificate course for STP, FSTP operators. And about 3 months back, 76 of our students joined as a sanitary inspector as a permanent government positions. One of the students received his offer letter directly from Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. And last 2 weeks back, 26 of our students and selected as a health inspector. They are waiting for their appointment letter. So that's about that. That's a different about our courses. It's a demand oriented. And having shared about the positive aspect of it, and also maybe I would like to also share the challenges or the failures as well. Based on the success around sanitary inspector, health inspector, we also introduced 3 more courses. We completely failed. Yeah. So there is a Tamil proverb, right? So, Puliya paathu poona soodu potadu, someone can translate if anyone Tamil. Particularly what it roughly means that without understanding your own strength and capacity, if you try to imitate others, you will face music, definitely. Particularly inspired by IIT Delft, we introduced non-steward sanitation course. Offered full scholarship. Last 4 years, not even single student enrolled. And also we introduced one more course, water supply and wastewater quality management course. Again with full scholarship. What had happened? So because there are number of government water and wastewater lab, definitely there is maybe a demand like sanitary inspector and health inspector. What happened? First year there are about 8 students, second year 1, third year 0. The reason was that, so immediately after completing their course, they went to the employment office to register. There was no employment code available. That was the reason, right? So that's the reason all the courses failed, and we are not getting any student as of now, right? And also maybe, so that's what our final learning was, that if there is no demand from the government or industry, there is no point in introducing any of the new specialized courses. And also, however, there is a positive pathway was that what we did. So why not we introduce this as a value added or elective course? We recently we signed an MOU with one of the engineering college nearby. We introduced this course for the civil engineer. Now Monday we are starting 4 batches. 120 students of civil engineer, they are going to take up this water and wastewater management course. That's a sideways. That's what maybe you need to learn lesson, and also we try to introduce. I stop here, but I'll come back to the data part next round.
Thank you so much. I think Rajamji talked about startups innovation, and then Meenakshi ji talked about how they have industry innovation program and how they engage with PhD research and translate it into something which is useful for practice. Professor Chanda brought in a very important point of whether do we specialize and have special subjects or put it as a sprinkle in every little thing. And then AK had his experience, and we learn a lot from the failures. And it's very important to accept that something didn't work and change. And I think that's the point you brought to the floor. We were also part of that GSGS thing. But what we did, because of the ecosystem we have at CEPT, we did not launch a program particularly focused on non-seaward sanitation, which we felt was super specialization. We said we'll offer a major in WASH, and students could opt for it. And that somehow worked. We learned, we did mid-course correction, etc. But then something worked, and from 3 students in 2018, we have 36 students taking that major now. But we continuously keep on recalibrating ourselves, and that's where we draw a lot from CWAS and its experience and all other partners also. But this brings me to this next question, which is, in cities we see a lot of silos, you know. Urban planning is treated separately, then there are wash walas, there are climate walas, etc. There are silos. And that happens in academics also. And how can research, break these silos, or how can we have research agendas which are cutting across? How can we work on aspects which inform practice for guidelines, tools, regulations, etc.? Professor Meenakshi did speak a bit about it in her talk, but I would request you all to reflect on breaking the silos, cutting across, while still not losing our entry point. Like Professor Jagat, for you entry point is planning, but for Meenakshi entry point is environmental engineering. You will retain your entry point, but you will break the silos. So your reflections on that, and maybe I'll go in the same flow and have Dr. Raju speak up first.
So a lot of context has been set by the panel itself, and I'll take it up from there regarding the research part primarily. It's not just limited to research, it's also about multidisciplinarity in the entire curriculum. It's also about the innovation examples that I gave where multidisciplinary teams come together. But yes, if we talk about research, we have introduced this whole system. The mechanism is that the problem statement should more or less primarily come from the industry. When I say industry, it can be government departments also who work in these different domains, who have mandates to fulfill. So all of that comprises of, when we say industry, initially while writing the proposal itself, the researchers have to mention about how is their thesis. The solutions might be anything. You just start with the hypothesis. How is it going to impact the society or the industry? Number one. That is where they are examined about the relevance, and they start thinking from very beginning that it's not just going to be something which is very much out of box and maybe someone else can use it. We also mandated them to state the SDG. Which SDG are you related to? So that brings another context onto the thesis. Thesis becomes really very serious stuff which can impact in future. At the end, unlike the normal thesis where you would set the conclusion and then the future aspects, we have added one more module where we ask them to write at least 3 to 5 industries who can use their conclusions, their results and their hypothesis. So it's not just publications. We have also introduced that yes, you can patent. The patent system, by the way, in India has become really very fast, and it's not just 2 years, 3 years which takes the whole. So we are allowing patents along with the publications. That also drives them and brings in the industry. That is where the relevance comes. And the fourth aspect is there are minutes. We upload the thesis on eCoom so that everyone else can use it. It's very transparent. But we also send the thesis to those industries, the contact persons which have been stated. Not necessarily they are known to them, but the industry knows that something of this sort where I am interested is happening. So it's a complete loop, the circular thing that works and makes the entire research ecosystem very strongly grounded. We have 1,700 PhD scholars across the state at any point of time, and the kind of impact that is going to come. this is very recent. We introduced all of these reforms in the last 2 years. So maybe 5 years down the line, 6 years down the line, we'll get to know what is happening, how many of them are using it. But yes, it's a very important point which I'm taking away from you is we'll ask the industry if they can fund some of those projects later on. Now, the other aspect of breaking these silos is also about some of them, not all, but the PhD students who want to really dive into the innovation ecosystem is where very early on we handhold them and make them, it's research basically, but the industry or whoever is interested in that kind of work comes very early on. It's not just patent, we bring them into the incubation ecosystem also. So this is where the multidisciplinarity comes automatically. When you're talking, you're thinking in terms of products, you're thinking in terms of impacting, the multidisciplinarity has to be there. So there came that big question within the university system, how do you accommodate all these random, I mean so many of them, it's the scale. It's not just about few, 5 or 10 with whom. So you need processes, you need policies, and therefore we had to bring in a very, very strong policy in terms of how we will encourage multidisciplinarity, and believe me, the numbers are going up so fast. We thought that it's just a policy, people might not need it. So the major is, for example, civil engineering. So the major would be civil engineering, and they want to talk about automation, they want to talk about AI. You can have as many co-supervisors. And therefore, that you do not need to know everything about those multidisciplinary, but you can move forward towards products, towards patents, towards publications which are multidisciplinary in nature. Another aspect of how we break these silos is also about, as many have already mentioned, we almost aggressively insist that majority of our supervisors, researchers should be on some or the other policy or planning committees. It can be any small committee, it can be any. That is where the voice of the government, the industry and the academician or the researcher, as we put it, comes on the same table. Each might listen, not listen, but the point is made and it does make a huge impact. Believe me, it makes, you know, like initially the researchers, we are here to do research, you know, like give me 20 hours of, I'll work 20 hours in a day, but don't make me go to a government meeting. But that is where the interest, the funds also to a certain extent are coming up, and that is where the policies, the new policies are being created. So some few experiments which I think are making some deep impact. I have a whole list, maybe later on I can get into it, but the interdisciplinarity, the multidisciplinarity, and co-produce research. It's something which is not just domain specific. It leads to something which is going to impact the society at large. Thank you.
You have actually touched on quite a few points which I'm going to perhaps build on, and also picking up from where I left from the first question. So going back to 2015 or so, we have been trying very hard that all our academic staff and PhD students are engaging beyond their discipline. We could tell it 100 times, but it's just not easy to implement. So we started thinking about, if we say that we want to do impactful research, which involves all those things, breaking those interdisciplinary boundaries, going and working with someone else, it makes job of academic harder. They have to put extra time and effort. So what's in this whole scheme for them? Why should they even do it? So what we have done since is, and as it's such a complex problem, it's of course work in progress, but we change the whole performance development framework itself. So every academic has to go through an annual PDF with their supervisor. which was largely based on traditional academic indicators, how many publications you have produced, how many PhD students, how are you teaching, what students are saying about your teaching, and the grant money you are bringing. But now our PDF framework requires them to talk about the activity, so all this is just activity. Engagement, who are you engaging with? Are you talking to industry? Are you talking to government? Are you serving on advisory panels? And then the impact. Even for your teaching, you have to show the impact that I am teaching this subject and it is actually impacting this end user. So this industry will need graduates with this kind of skill set, and I am adjusting my subject plan. And that has worked quite well. And to take it further, we now have 9 platforms, and we call them, instead of research areas, we have 9 sector-facing platforms. And water is one of them. So water, energy, transport, data, medtech. And I'll pick up on water alone. When you talk about water, I sit in civil and environmental engineering, and we were not even talking to chemical engineers. They will be talking about water quality. We will be talking about dams and structures. And me being environmental engineer, I was always at the cross section. I was the only odd person talking to both civil and chemical engineers. But now if you are talking about I am associated with water platform, you have to talk with people from chemical engineering, people from civil, electrical, because we are talking about sensors and smart utility management. You have to talk to people in science because you need to understand how things are, processes are changing. You have to talk to people in economics because it has to be, has to make economic sense. You have to talk to people in social sciences for all the reasons we have been talking about inclusion. You can't leave them out. You have to talk to people in law school because governance and legal framework is so important. So water suddenly becomes we were talking about interdisciplinary work is more important, but it just didn't work. But putting that sector-facing platform thing, it actually has brought those groupings. Just to demonstrate that and to make this thinking actually penetrate to all the students who are doing PhD as well as coursework, we took it to the courseworks as well. So I was teaching a subject called water and wastewater treatment. Now, I had to now involve all those domains in that subject. So what did I do? This subject is now called water and wastewater management. And I actually start with integrated urban water management principles. We don't talk about water treatment, wastewater treatment anymore. We talk about water services for a town, which involves water supply. And if you don't have enough water, you have to think of stormwater harvesting. You have to think about recycling. You have to think about flood protection as well as drought protection. You have to think about governance and all other related issues. So in that subject, the assignment students do through that semester is about preparing a water services plan for a hypothetical town, and that plan should be able to deal with a typical wet year when there is too much rain as well as a typical dry year. And students then are required to think about other infrastructure and its interactions. The other thing we have been doing quite a lot now is making the curriculum interdisciplinary also means that we allow students some opportunity to engage with other disciplines. So we introduced breadth subjects. Breadth subject is, there are some core subjects in each discipline area, which they have to do. And then there are some elective subjects which are related to that theme, but students can elect which subjects they want to do. And there are breadth subjects which are like, I am interested in civil engineering, but I also like music. So they can actually go and do a subject in music. So each semester there is one slot for a breadth subject. And the third thing we have been doing quite heavily is bringing the industry professionals. So instead of just consulting with them for assignments and producing problem-based learning modules, we are actually quite actively bringing them in, taking our students out for site visits, and it is expensive exercise, taking students out for each subject in addition to just the laboratory work, but all those things are actually helping quite a lot. So I think I'll stop here.
Right. Okay. I will again go back to the kind of fundamentals. Okay. Okay. I give an example with an example, premium, right? From a student. Okay. When we started this course in 2003 until when they passed out in 2008, and I mean, not many people knew about the course, or even though we have kind of informed kind of industry and also the kind of government organizations. One of the students who went for this, one of the leading consultancy firms in Sri Lanka, and they advertised for project manager or somebody, so that she applied for it and she went for that one. And this in the interview panel was asking the question, okay, now we have interviewed engineers, we have interviewed architects, we have interviewed these people coming from environment and so on. But they people seem to have kind of specialty in something. What is your specialty in it, right? And the student was very smart. He says, okay, fine, three things. First one is, okay, now that you have engineers, you have environment people, you have the social scientists and everybody, who is going to coordinate it, right? So, right. Second thing is, when this, I know these people are very smart and all these people have learned their subjects and they are very kind of brilliant. When they're fighting with each other for their kind of solutions, when they come, very frequently come across, right? Okay, who is going to negotiate? Who is going to kind of make it a win-win situation and kind of make it a kind of fair ground for everybody, right? Third thing is, okay, just like this, in the morning we have heard about this people, the kind of three smart ladies sitting in the kind of the car and the gentleman in the front, and also who no one was there to drive, right? Who is going to take the project forward, right? I mean, she was employed, and not only that, of course, after that, every year they are asking for some graduates, right? Graduates coming from best ones, they are asking for the best ones. So that's the opportunity that they got. They are jacks of all trades, but mastering planning, yes, okay. So that means coordinating and kind of putting things into a particular order. That's the beauty of a planner. That's what we have said, right? And that's at the undergraduate level. Of course, at the postgraduate, when they come to the final year, they are kind of specializing in different kind of subject areas, a range of subject areas, and their training is kind of given as much as a drama is a kind of from the first year. Drama, social work, music, and all these are kind of integrated part of, because we wanted to make them a total personality, right? That's how we believe in it, right? So when they become a planner and a human being, right? Because most of the time when we are engineers, when we are kind of architects, when we think like architects, we think like and don't understand the language of the ordinary people. So that's the problem. So therefore, when they go to the final year, of course, they have the kind of projects and also the kind of thesis. And for that, of course, we are in a university, technology universities, and very recently we have got this business and the medical faculties also introduced. And we get the services of them. We want them to kind of interact with that petrol. That's how we wanted to make sure that our graduates will be kind of master in planning, but also specialize in certain other aspects as well. So that is how we want to kind of break the silos. I believe that I have made my point.
Thank you. Again, NGO side. So we don't get into university way of doing research, but we do more on action research. As of now, 3 different action research going on. I would like to share one of the success story about. So we all know that India 4,800 statutory town and 300 census town, only 1,400 STPs across the country, right? Majority of the town you don't have any treatment plan, and so 60% of our community they use on-site sanitation, particularly for septic tank. So the moment once your septic tank is full, you call the cesspool truck, they'll come and suck and dump somewhere. Then we analyzed 98% or 99% water in the septic tank. Why we should be, transporting water all the way to the treatment plant? Why not handle on the spot? So we came up with the technology, mobile septage treatment unit, right? And so we did nearly 3 or 4 years intensive research. Finally, Duke University evaluated and RTI International evaluated, BITS Pilani and IIT Chennai and NIT Surathkal, all then are certified. Finally, the Government of India, it got a second best prize, innovation prize from Government of India. Now the technology is included in the Government of India funding under Swachh Ghosh funding. So all the state government, they can buy this technology. Now it is part of the GEM portal. And we gave license to 3 vendors, and now almost Kerala already 100 units ordered, and maybe now the Tamil Nadu also a lot of order we are getting, and even now the demand is coming from Philippines. Dhruv keep on asking to send 2 vehicles here. Yeah, so there's a lot of demand now. This is one of the success story I would like to say, and 2 more action research happening. It's purely on practical on ground, so we don't get into all sort of the systematic way of doing things, but yeah, it's practical. Thanks.
Fantastic. I think that's the beauty me of this panel, and thank you organizers for helping us with very, very different viewpoints, different disciplines that we bring. Like Dr. Rajul and Dr. Meenakshi said, they have policies in place, processes in place, because they are running the megapolis. They have huge universities, and to systemize the processes to ensure that it is not individual driven, the integration part, they have policies in place. Jagat, very much relatable, that the role of planners as coordinators, and how do you create an ecosystem where they learn to appreciate the core disciplines and bring them together. And AK, you said you go more by the action research, eliciting the needs from the ground and building your research agenda around that. And there is no one size fits all, but as far as there is this whole urge to continuously keep on recalibrating and ensuring that we stay relevant is the urge that I see in each of these institutes. I think we are running short of time, so I'm going to give my professor look, which you all understand when you are going overboard. So please do look at me in between. And we will have 1 minute quick round on your reflections. In this current age where most of the literature, research, sometimes is driven by models, especially in climate resilience, the models which are very data hungry, they need data. In India, the situation is the data is scanty, the capacities are limited, and also the kind of capacities we have amongst the researchers and local bodies. So how do you deal with, what is your view on how do we research so that it is very global south context specific in terms of data needs, takes care of informality and capacities that we have. Very quick one, and maybe I would request you to look at me after 2 minutes.
So I hope I have been in the time limit so far, but yeah, okay. So that's I think one of the biggest problems, the data assimilation and data capturing, especially related to climate change. Data is there, but people are really very wary of sharing that data. But so the other side of it is that if we have systems in place where some students, small students who are innovating, or students who are doing their in fact internship or projects, get into those data centers, and that is where the data can be utilized. But formal structures where sensitive data or data which, as everyone has mentioned, social media or the press might misuse is always the problem, and there is too much of transparency. That is the issue. But believe me, there are ways. And to carry on with, AK has been mentioning again and again, we have very little to do. But what I am going to do is send all of these innovators, researchers with the projects which are already earning, get them onto the government policies, GEM, and immediately the whole loop is covered. You do not have to deal with the ideal condition. There is no ideal condition where you have the perfect data. Keep doing the pilots. If the pilots are working, if the initial cost is within the limits, and if the society is benefiting, please go ahead and mobilize them, and let the correction come between the entity and the society and the industry. Thank you.
Excellent. No, I think that's a very good point you have made. I think we don't need to make a perfect fixed design which works today, because world is changing every day, and we need to build adaptive systems. With whatever data we have, we run the system, we learn, we change it, we adapt. And the other key thing in my own work is that if you work with the practitioners, if you work with the utility, because they are mostly holding the data and they are too scared to share it with you. So if you begin with whatever data you have available, build a system, work with them, build that consistency, build that trust, the adoption comes. They slowly loosen up and they share the knowledge. So we have to work with what we have. Data, knowledge kept by utilities, knowledge by local communities, and iterate as the time comes. I'll stop. Before 2
Yeah, yeah. Out of my 2 minutes, let me give 1 minute to the audience, right? Okay, right? Okay. Let me ask this question again from the audience, maybe especially from the students, right? Because the point I'm going to make is it's in this question, right? So, okay, according to your understanding, according to your knowledge, and according to your reflections, okay, what is the most rewardable or the most valuable invention or the innovation by the human beings over the last 2 centuries, maybe let's say after Industrial Revolution in this world, that made the cities that we have today was possible? The most rewardable and most, let's say, most important and the most valuable invention or the innovation that human beings, that made our cities in this manner possible. Mobile? From the students? Okay.
Innovation that you think. Any student? Yes, please.
Refrigerator. Okay. If the time is running out, look at Professor Mona, not me, right? Okay, right. Okay, without taking much time, let's say, okay, maybe we can talk about refrigeration, about transport and mobile and everything. Okay, I would say it's water seal toilet, right? Can you imagine a city, high-rise buildings and all that, the densities that we are living in, if we had not have this technology of water seal toilet, simple, maybe very simple, and we don't give it to the due respect, right? And also we are talking about sanitation, wash everything there, then we forget that and we talk about mobile, transportation, refrigerator, everything. The message I want to pass through is that, okay, most of the information is there with us, right? We are very much fascinated and obsessed by the data and information that is there in the, okay, everything. But we forget that most fundamental things are there with us, right? And let's kind of keep that in mind. Most of the time we may miss the most important things while we are searching for fantasies, right? Okay, that's the message. Thanks.
Okay, so again, I'd like to ask a question. We know, right? So we know, so we know, right? We all know that waterborne diseases, right? Diarrhea, cholera, dysentery, and water-washed disease, scabies, and skin diseases. Water-based is guinea worm, schistosomiasis. Water-related vector-borne malaria, dengue, chikungunya, matangunya, whatever, right? Right? So, but do you know that data killing disease? Do you know that data manipulation disease? Right? Yeah, that's what. When when the performance data is excellent, then you publish repeatedly in all media, right? And the data is not good, definitely, try to either is suppressed or maybe manipulate, right? So, yeah, it is. So maybe you always think that it's happening with the government. But not only government, it's happening in all sector, NGOs, civil society, academia, private sector, everyone. I would like to ask 2 questions, right? What happened to IHG sanitation course, IHG non-sewered sanitation? Why it was stopped, right? And what happened to BITS Bilani also started sanitation, masters in sanitation? Why? What is the reason? Why, we need to understand the reality and we need to share this data. Now, why it is not working? Maybe we need to share and maybe so that we learn from that while deciding the further courses, we'll take that point going forward. I stop there.
Thank you, Inge. I think it's a general thing which each academic institute needs to reflect on, barring just one or two. But thanks for bringing these points. I think I'm going to collapse a couple of questions. So, one minute on what are the top 2 or 3 actions that you think they could be methodological, they could be institutional, pedagogical, that we do in the years to come as an academic sector in planning WASH and climate. What are those 1 or 2 things that you think we as academics should keep in mind as we go ahead?
So, as Dr. Oswald mentioned, government cannot be out of all the players that get together. Maybe researchers, industry, society, academicians, and that is one important aspect that everyone has to work together on. You have to push yourselves into those bodies which are planners and which can drive policy. So that is one aspect, one shift that the society as a whole has to bring into it. The other shift is also about the multidisciplinarity, and no one mentioned AI. I'm going to take this 1 minute to really get on to where we are. Data, AI has learned already everything that needed to be learned from whatever is existing, wherever, not just in your publications, very high-end research, but from social media, everywhere, it can capture. It's all about we learning how to modulate it, how to use it, and how to really verify and authenticate it. But in this whole ecosystem, the major shift that needs to come is about the curricula which adapts the, even the softwares. The softwares need to be really modified, made it adaptive. It has to customize to smaller communities, and that is where you can work from small to big. Because ultimately, where is it that it is affecting the whole WASH and the climate change? Urban, rural, small pockets, wherever you are talking about. So the shift has to be on making the adaptive curricula, adaptive data analysis, and if the research also does not have to be that high कि उसका publication scopus Web of Science में ही हुआ. If AK can accept the technology, fair enough. The technology should be taken forward. Thank you.
I think just a couple of things. We have been talking quite a lot about systems thinking. So I think if we can take that thread, that instead of thinking about one project at a time, if we could think of which system this project is actually going to perturb, the action we are going to take, how it's going to impact the overall system, and be considerate of that. And that brings us back to working cross-disciplinary, keeping the end user involved from the beginning instead of thinking of them as an afterthought, might take us where we want to get.
Yeah, I think a couple of things have been kind of mentioned here. I would mention especially about that, okay, you are laughing at me over expecting something amusing. Okay, right, fine. Anyway, right, it's something like this basically. And it seems that when we are learned and we are kind of educated and professionals, it seems to be we are already having solutions on our own, and we try to impose those solutions into the people, right? So, I mean, we have had a very good lesson during the COVID time, of course, the pandemic season. We got that lot many things that the government wanted to kind of implement. For example, this kind of passenger kind of community systems and all that transportation systems. And people have themselves have organized and they've implemented their own because they seem to be very much problem oriented, whereas we professionals we find it's very difficult to implement. But when we go look at the people, they seems to be organized more around the problem, and they come up with their own real solution for the problem because these sense is better. And it's good for us to kind of get into that level and try to understand what really people need and be part of them. Then we will be able to kind of find solutions rather than coming up with high-end mega scale and overwhelming solutions which are not really work. It will not really work. So that's very, very important that we get to that level, right? And to that end, of course, we have to forget that we are trying to become professionals. We are trying to kind of make it big. But we try to be very small, and maybe from the level of kindergarten, of course, we have to think from that level. And we think like that, and we with the people, we learn from the people, and we be prepared to learn from people. That's what's required.
So yeah, so I would like to share straight, 3 suggestion or advice. Only, the first one is engage national level regulatory and sector bodies like All India Institute for All India Institute Council Technical Education and UCG, MOVA, Ministry of Jal Shakti and others, mainly to secure their support for introducing new courses, either full-time or maybe as an elective subject. Second thing is, before introducing any courses, please ensure that this valid employment code is there, so that after graduation they go and register. The third one is design short-term courses, mainly for senior officials and decision-making, particularly sitting at the decision-making level, and also short-term courses for new and entry-level faculty members. I would like to share a small story as usual, but maybe it's showing green card, not red card. But if you if you permit me, if you permit me, I'll share a small story. Immediately after my graduation, I joined the Tamil Nadu Agriculture Department as a temporary technical assistant. My wage was 27 rupees per day. That was the condition, right? What happened, the first assignment, my junior engineer asked me to go to a field and design a check dam. I took a theodolite, went to the site and did a detailed contour mapping. Then came to the office, drafted a contour map and arrived a water spread area, fixed the maximum water level. Finally, I designed a check dam. As per my design, the total height of the check dam was 1.6 meters and top width of the check dam was 0.6 meter. The bottom width was 2.2 meter. I went to the junior engineer. He said that he appreciated, wonderful contour map, excellent analysis, everything is fine. He appreciated me. Then at the end, the bottom of the table, he wrote, as per the recent superintending engineer circular so-and-so date, the bottom width of the check dam should be 2.6 meters. He wrote. Understood? Yeah. So why I'm saying this? Like all my the batchmates and the colleagues who worked in the agriculture, but now they're in the decision making level, they are completely tuned to that 2.6 meter circular, right? So they need, at least we need to engage them to teach what the latest one. The second part is why I'm saying the new faculty members. Tamil Nadu, if you take around 550 engineering colleges, right? And nowadays the enrollment is not happening the way we expected. And most of the colleges, it is difficult for them to pay salaries. What they do, they hire the student immediately after completing the course, 4 years course, they hire them as a faculty. They get into teaching line without any orientation. Definitely we need to target. That's what short-term courses we need to design. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I think we have completed this round 2 minutes short of an hour. So we can take one or two questions. Yamini has one and then I think both our students have questions for professors. That's a very good sign always. So so we take all the three questions, respond to it, and then we close it because we are between the lunch and the session, so we will close it in 5 minutes. Yamini. We can continue during the lunch. You can take this.
So my question is to all the panelists. Firstly, thank you, Mona ma'am, for giving the credit and acknowledgement on stage for the words. So my question is the thing that was lingering me even as a student and now as a professional is, when we make plan, we do gap assessment and then pilot project and everything. And it stops there. And I thought and assumed once we get into field as professional, pilot project will scale up better. But now, as I see, it's again there only. The gap from pilot project to actually scaling up in projects, implementing on ground and DPR preparation, it's very, very long. So, how can we address this gap and what are the measures in academic and as practitioners, how can we address this gap? Thank you.
Pilots to scale is the question. We take all the three and then maybe one or two of us can respond.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm Ashish. I'm studying in Master of Infrastructure Planning right now. I just want to draw a little parallel with what Osward sir has also presented just before this. And it reminded me of my bachelor's days when my professor asked, what do you want to do after 10 years now? And he was very surprised that no one wanted to be a politician. And I would like to take this platform as an opportunity to ask all the academicians here if you can actually motivate the current generation to take your views into politics and governance. We have a lot of bright students and young professionals who can just barge into the politics of the country and how they can get into that. It was very surprising for me also to come into this course, and then we had a governance lecture, we had a organization structure lecture where nobody knew what is the organization structure of a municipality. So it's very important for us to be aware of these things, and I'm really glad that CEPT, CWAS, CRDF, they're really working on finance, governance, and making us aware about all those things. And yes, to the academician, my question is, what are your ways and how you can implement this kind of motivate the students maybe to get into governance and practitioners as their professions?
Yeah. So, greetings, and I am a student of urban planning. I'm not from infrastructure. So, I found all of these discussions really insightful. And my question is that after listening to everything, I realized that from the foundation year, from the very starting of our masters, in even urban planning, students should be taught a lot about climate and the wash sector. Because as ma'am, you mentioned that there is always a gap, and how we have to coordinate between different teams of architecture, urban planning. So what are your views? Do you think it will help us so that eventually even we also can opt for some job which is very much infrastructure oriented?
Great. I think Jagat can take that one, but from pilots to scale, maybe Dr. Raju and the other one was about their role in governance, which either of you can take very quickly.
So what's her name? Yamini, so there's something larger that you need to look at. When you talk about a pilot, when you talk about an innovation and a gap that you have found out, and as a practitioner you feel that it didn't impact or it's just staying there. No, what happens is that as a practitioner, not just necessarily what you are doing or your firm is doing, look at the larger context. Something is already happening. That is why that pilot is not moving forward. If not, you have the scope, you have the whole advantage of pioneering, and there are systems. There are many systems in place. So it's a message to all the researchers, all the professionals. Do not feel frustrated that there is a gap and there is an ideal situation which is not being met by the professionals. It's there. The larger system is always taking care of it. Otherwise, that pilot would have taken off, people would have started earning millions out of it.
To the governance. So as you said, we are trying, even at Melbourne, to sensitize all the students about role of government and politics. When we were studying, we were actually told to stay away from politics. Like, we were not taught the importance. Now we are openly talking that you can't work in this sector without working with politicians. So at Melbourne, we do that through lectures in all the courses, but realizing the importance, we actually have started a school of government which runs 1-year course for students as well as staff for University of Melbourne. And as a result, we actually have seen a few academics now actively working in government. So people have become academics to politicians. I'll stop there, but happy to chat over lunch.
Right, I believe I got to first answer that question. Okay, that's about the why not kind of other kind of the teaching or the kind of inputs from the other disciplines. Of course, we all are human beings and we have very limited capacity, right? So, I mean, can we take all that? We can't be specialist in everything. We can specialize in one thing. Of course, we can be kind of, let's say, jacks of all trades, as I said, can be learn little about it. I'm sure that in your university, in this university, you have a lot of different disciplines, courses under different disciplines and different large number of course modules that is being offered. And you can certainly demand, right? Okay, I mean, I want to learn about this infrastructure. I learn to learn about something here. So, if not to credit, but at least to audit. go and sit in the kind class and learn. There are a lot of students in our say, for example, they do a lot, right? And also there's an opportunity for you. But let me kind of give a kind of two brief answers to this other question, okay? I think the question is about this, the piloting. And isn't this part of your learning, right? So we are really frustrated in that way. Isn't that part of our learning, right? We think, okay, everything works very well, right? But when we go out, we find nothing happens, right? It's part to learn, right? Okay. And also the last one, just last one. That's about right. Just about to say politics, right? Don't mention me, but if we find that okay, all kind of academics that in Sri Lanka we have a government now consists of many professors, doctors, and so on, right? Very professionals. It's a kind of very professional government. And when we kind of they wanted to kind of come into power, we said, okay, if you think that all these professors and all these kind of educated people are going to make a country, look at the universities themselves and the troubles that they have in governing the place, right? Okay, right.
Yeah. I think he was asking about governance. Last, no, 30 seconds. 30 seconds, right. So he was asking about governance and politics. I think Dr. Meenakshi was trying to answer. A few minutes the mic was switched off. That happens.
I think we are closing this, but we started at 12:35 and we are just 6 minutes over the time with 5 professors here. So a big round of applause to professors for keeping time. And over to you, Jay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much thank you so much to all the panel members. I would request to have a group photo of this panel first, and then present a memento to them. From our team, I would request Aishwarya, Shivani, Mansi, Raju, and Viral. Please accept this memento as a token of appreciation. Thank you. Shivani to Mr. Jagat. Mansi to Meenakshi Arora. Raju for Dr. Rajul Gajja. And lastly, Viral. Viral to Dr. Mona. Thank you so much to all the panel members. You can have your seats.
Thank you very much, all of you, all the panelists, and thank you for patient listening. Now, food for stomach, after food for thought. Thanks.
Yeah. So there's a quick, you can. We'll now break for the lunch, but unfortunately, the next session is the keynote address, who has already joined, and we need to respect her time as well. So we request all of you to please be here at maximum by 2:15 to 2:20, because we need to curtail down your lunch time, but we have to be there as part of attending the keynote address. And the technical sessions that were scheduled at 2:30, we have slightly shifted that technical session to around 3 or 3:15. So we request all of you to join us at the lunch at the same place where we had all lunch yesterday. And we'll be here by maybe 2:15 to 2:20 max. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
हेलो ऐसे मैं थोड़ा सा हेलो चेक करो माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो हेलो गुड ग्रेट जून में मेरे को कंट्रोल कम पता है तो थोड़ी देर बैठो बस एक बार कैट चालू हो जाए फिर आप जा सकते हो
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
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 Hello. Kate, can you hear me? Am I audible to you, Kate? Hello. No, she can't hear, she's saying. She said, I don't hear you. Hello.
I can't hear your end either. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. You can hear me now, Kate?
I don't hear you.
You can't? No.
It looks like you're on mute.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I hear you now. Good.
से मेरा वहाँ से सामने सिस्टम से है, मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूँ इसीलिए बंद हो रहा है।
Hello.
Hi, can you hear
Hello.
me?
Kate, are you able to listen to me now?
Yes, I can
Am I
hear you.
audible?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So, introduction about Kate. So, Kate Medlicott is the sanitation and wastewater team at the Switzerland. Within this role, Kate is responsible for WHO's normative work translating evidence to policy and practice through WHO's guidelines and health sector coordination, where sanitation has been a critical component of disease control. So, over to you, Kate.
Thank you so much. Let me share my screen and let me know if you can see that. Can you see the screen? Could you just confirm if you can see my slides and you can hear me okay, and I'll get started. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, thank you for so much for the CEPT team donation and all of you for having me here today. My purpose is really to give you a quick overview of what we do at the World Health Organization on advancing the global water and health agenda. Hopefully we have some time at the end for some discussion. I think I'll speak for around sort of 25 minutes covering a whole kind of range of what we do, and there's quite a lot of rabbit holes we could go into, so I'll just do a kind of a once over lightly of the latest data and things we're working on. So to start though, just a bit about WHO. If you're unfamiliar with WHO, we are the United Nations Specialised Agency for Public Health, and we work largely around putting science into practice and to be a leading voice around the science and solutions globally for combating some of the world's biggest public health challenges. So water and sanitation, of course, is just one of many of the disease areas we work on. Just to give you an overview of the overall sector, the three main publications, some of them are from 2020. The first one was State of the World Sanitation, but these are a series that kind of cover the overall picture of the issues and the direction that we need to be going in as a sector. But I will dig into some of the more up-to-date data now. So just firstly on the global status of access to water, sanitation and hygiene, as you surely know, there is Sustainable Development Goal 6 on this, 6.1, 6.2 and 6.3 that will mature in 2030. In terms of the public health challenge we're primarily trying to address with water and sanitation, there was of course the deaths and loss of productivity and disrupted lives that people have as a result of lack of access. So we know that there's 1.4 million deaths globally and 74 million DALYs, that's disability adjusted life years annually, and these are related to 4 outcomes that we can measure, so diarrhea, acute respiratory illnesses, undernutrition and intestinal worms, diarrhea of many kinds being the largest one. But these are the deaths, and of course we know that infections are much greater, and what we're seeing is that the death numbers are coming down over time, but the infection numbers are actually staying quite, they're reducing a lot more slowly, which means that we're getting better at treating disease, but not necessarily better at preventing it through high quality water, sanitation and hygiene services. But as I said, we can only really measure or quantify 4 of those outcomes, but we know there's a whole lot of broader outcomes associated with poor water and sanitation. So all of these infectious diseases here, impacts on well-being, and also risks from chemical risks like chemicals in drinking water, and ones like PFAS, which is very much in the public attention at the moment. And I think one of the great tragedies, we talk about some of these kind of new and emerging risks like PFAS, but we have these very ancient diseases that are just not going away as well, and cholera is really the most intense example of that. If we look in the last year, we are seeing larger and more deadly outbreaks of cholera globally, and these are really being exacerbated by conflict, climate change, which is flooding and droughts is exacerbating it. And also now, as we go into a really difficult moment in global public health, we're seeing vaccine shortages as well. So the need for prevention through sanitation and drinking water is higher than ever, really, because these vaccine supplies are becoming more and more challenging at the moment. And then one aspect of water and sanitation-related disease we often neglect is around vector-borne diseases. And again, with climate change, we're seeing vector-borne diseases spreading into areas they were not previously found, so into higher latitudes or higher altitudes. And this is, of course, thriving where water storage, wastewater management and drainage is poor. And again, not particularly well quantified. So when we look at the investment numbers and the progress that needs to be made, sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming, and we can think, oh God, can we ever get there? Actually, when we look at where the hotspots of disease are, they're actually in some quite localized places. So there's a very strong case to be made for prioritizing investment into these hotspot areas that are often the most neglected areas for investment as well. So you can see this hotspot map here for cholera in Africa, so a huge continent, but some quite localized places where investment could be targeted for water and sanitation to get on top of that disease. And then similarly, an example here from Ethiopia, where if you overlay the prevalence of intestinal worms and the low prevalence of drinking water and sanitation services, you see some very focused areas where you have high disease and low coverage, and that's an indication about where some of the focus should be directed. Okay, coming now to the status, and particularly the latest JMP and GLASS reports. There was a JMP report that came out just late last year, covering the 2000 to 2024 period. This covers the SDG 6.1 and 6.2, so that's for drinking water, sanitation and hygiene. I'll just give you a few of the highlights here, but you can go into the JMP website and download all of the sort of information, country files for specific countries, and also look at the full set of global trends and analysis. So I think this is not really a surprise to anybody now, but it's, we're just only a few years to go really until the SDG period is over, and it's very clear we're not going to achieve universal access to safe water, sanitation and hygiene by 2030. But there is some sort of good news in here. You can see especially good news for the incredible work that was done by India on ending open defecation. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but here we can see we're largely on track globally to eliminate open defecation. but when it comes to ensuring everybody has access to at least basic services, we need to accelerate by 3 times, and for safely managed sanitation for all, we need to accelerate 6 times above global historical rates of progress. So these are very challenging indeed. Similarly, for safely managed drinking water, an 8 times acceleration, and basic 3 times. Hygiene not looking so bad. And I think what really stands out, unsurprisingly, is that these rates of progress that are needed are particularly high in low income and fragile contexts. So again, we can see here these rates of progress needed for drinking water and sanitation services, both safely managed and basic. Really high rates of progress needed in those low income and fragile contexts because of course lack of investment and sometimes many setbacks due to conflict and natural disasters that hamper progress. Again, similarly, we're seeing here for basic sanitation and hygiene, same kind of trends of very high rates of progress needed in low income and fragile settings, except for in the case of open defecation, which is not looking so bad, in line with the trend I talked about before. Okay, now sort of looking at progress on the unserved. I think this is a sort of a good news, bad news story. So again, looking at if you look at the top of these graphs, you see kind of an incline down. So over the period from 2015 to 2024, you see like this nice decline in the unserved population, which shows we're doing well. But when you look at the urban one, which is the darker colour below, some of those lines are very flat or even going backwards with greater unserved populations, which really speaks to the population growth in urban areas and challenges of providing additional services at the rate of population growth, particularly in urban areas. Okay, so I'll stop there for the JMP part, but as I said, you can go into the website and find plenty more, and I'm going to pivot now to SDG 6.3, which is the one on wastewater treatment, and I put "and reuse" in brackets because reuse is talked about in the SDG target language, but unfortunately there's not a specific indicator on it, so it's something the world is committed to making progress on, but unfortunately we don't have an indicator and data for it. But just to say, this is quite similar actually to SDG 6.2 and draws on many of the same data sets. The difference is it actually looks at the level of treatment in compliance with national standards for both wastewater from on-site and off-site services, septic tanks and others, not pit latrines. And I think the big sort of takeaway here, the major number is we've got 58% is not safely treated according to the global numbers, and most of that is coming from septic tanks and rather than sewage services. Again, just these are the sort of numbers over time. There's a sort of a couple of things to note. We are getting an uptick in the number of countries reporting. So previously this was not as well reported upon. But when we look across the 3 cycles so far for this relatively new indicator compared to the JMP, the percentage of treatment is actually quite stable, sitting at around sort of 56%. So we're not making a lot of progress on this indicator in the time period that we have. And again, as you might expect, there's quite a lot of regional variability with higher rates of coverage in North America, OECD countries, and Latin America, Central and South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, with lower rates of wastewater treatment. And then just to pivot back to safer use for a second, there are a number of countries, particularly the water scarce countries, who do monitor and provide data on this, and you can see them here, but these are just gross numbers of wastewater volumes treated, so it's a little hard to interpret and compare the data without kind of normalizing it according to population size and so forth. Okay, now to GLAS. So the exciting news is the GLAS just launched their report a couple of weeks ago at the preparatory meeting in Senegal for the 2026 conference. And again, you can go in and see all the interactive GLAS messages at the GLAS data portal here, but I'll give you some highlights now. So just to orient you, the GLAS cycle, it covers 105 countries this year, and it's looking at the inputs, so not the outputs that I've just shown you, like actual progress, but what's going into the sector in terms of policies, plans, targets, human resources, and so forth. And a very stubborn trend we've seen across all cycles, although it is getting a bit better over time for sanitation, I would say, is that you see the
Hello? 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 Yeah.
It looks like we're back. I don't hear you.
Yeah,
And
sorry.
it looks like I can't share my screen. I think you need to enable the screen sharing.
Just a second. Hello? Are we audible? Hello? Hello? I think we are not audible.
Yes, okay, just a moment. Great, shall I keep going?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, here we go. Super. Okay, so I was just talking about these policy pyramids, and essentially what you see here is at the bottom the number of countries for drinking water and sanitation that have a formally approved plan or under development, and then as we go up we see a approved plan, a plan with a costing associated with it, and then a plan right at the top with sufficient financial and human resources. And when we get to that top bit, it really goes down a lot, and it of course raises the question, what kind of policy and plan is it if you don't have sufficient human and financial resources to implement it? And you see that across many countries of the world, who will report having insufficient financial resources to meet their national targets, and it's most notable where you see that very bright pink area in sub-Saharan Africa, and you may be looking at this moment towards India, who unfortunately in the last few cycles has declined to complete the GLAS questionnaire, but of course we would love to have Indian data in there. And then when it comes to the sources of funding for WASH, I think we often look a lot to the banks and the international sector, but when you look at where the money's really coming from the sector, over 50% of it is coming from the users themselves through tariffs and out-of-pocket expenses, and another 33% of it is coming from governments and the central and the state and local expenditures, and really just 3% from grants and 14% from repayable finance. So just remembering that those actual local contributions are really what's driving the financing for the sector, or the top up from these other two sources in purple. And then when it comes to human resources, I think this is maybe one of the most alarming pictures, really, is that only around 20 to 30% across all different functions we need in the WASH sector. 20 to 30% of countries report having at least 75%. So that's most of them under 75% of the human resources they need to carry out these key WASH functions. And particularly in lots of high income countries, they're facing a big retirement wave as well. So this is not just limited to low and middle income countries, but a kind of a human resources shortage globally. And then now looking to ODA commitments, so yeah, what you sort of see here is a relatively stable amount of commitments and disbursements, but disbursements are always a bit lower, so there is an absorption challenge across the sector where all the commitments are not being fully spent. We've seen a little dip from the 22 to 23, and I expect when the numbers come through for 25 under the current global situation, we'll see a drop even further. Maybe finishing on a little bit of good news here for the GLAS data. I think for sanitation at least, I mean, historically we would have just seen a lot of regulation and standards around toilets, but not so much along the whole sanitation chain, from conveyance, treatment and safe disposal. All those are sort of coming up, with most countries having a much stronger planning and regulatory environment around safely managed sanitation. So to me that's a good news story. Similarly, many more countries are reporting the use of sanitation data for decision making, which is again suggests we're becoming more evidence-based, and more countries are including climate resilient WASH indicators, acknowledging that the sector needs to adapt to some of the climate risks faced by that are affecting sanitation and drinking water systems. Okay, I'm going to rattle through this but really quickly, just to give you a quick overview of what WHO works on in terms of not just collecting the data about status and inputs, but supporting implementation and capacity development, and health sector collaborations. So the first is around drinking water quality, and this is probably one of the most downloaded, if not the most downloaded document across WHO as guidelines for drinking water quality. So it covers all of the pathogens associated with drinking water and the chemical hazards and approaches to managing drinking water safety. In the sanitation space, we have three main sets of guidelines that frame our work. So the sanitation and health guidelines, recreational water quality, which is in most recreational sites are impacted by wastewater, sometimes human or agricultural wastewater, and the safe use of wastewater, excreta and grey water guidelines, which are a bit out of date now but are becoming more and more relevant as we are looking towards the circular economy and climate resilience, but also ensuring that reuse needs to be safe. So we are really trying to prioritise updating those. We also work a lot with regulators, recognising that regulators, when WHO doesn't have a lot of capacity to do implementation at scale, but working through regulators to fast-track global knowledge into regulatory systems is an area we work on with a network of regulators globally. There's also hand hygiene guidelines that came out last year. We talk about WASH, but the H in WASH has been neglected for a long time, and COVID gave a big push to making sure that we had up-to-date and guidance on hand hygiene, not just like how to wash your hands, but the whole kind of behaviour change environment, the policy environment, and the infrastructure needed to support hand hygiene. So those are just out. And then when we look at health facilities, many of these things I've been talking about before, the responsibility lies outside the health sector, but for health facilities themselves, that's absolutely a health sector responsibility, and the health sector needs to make sure that its health systems have safe water, sanitation at points of care and in all facilities. And you'd be right to ask, can you even really call it a health facility if it doesn't have water supply for infection prevention, control and sanitation? Then a few kind of key areas that we work on with other major health issues, of course, is neglected tropical diseases, many of which are related to, through the prevention or care of those diseases relates to WASH, and AMR and public health emergencies. So a couple of new publications out on waste and antimicrobial resistance. Now to finish, the last sort of area I wanted to do just a kind of a slightly deeper dive on an emerging area that's taking up most of my time these days, which is wastewater and environmental surveillance. So I'll just take another 5 to 10 minutes to finish on this piece. So throughout my career, which has been, 20-something years at WHO now, we've seen so many big pandemic outbreaks. You probably remember the swine flu or SARS-CoV-1, polio, Ebola, Zika, COVID changed the world, I think. More recently, Mpox. And understandably, through the pandemic treaty and other things, people are saying, well, what's coming next? How do we be better prepared for it? Because we've certainly been criticised in the past for overreacting, for underreacting, for being too slow, and so forth. And along all of this time period, there's been just epidemic diseases that maybe don't make the news, but they are just there all the time, needing to be kind of surveilled and controlled, like NTDs, cholera, malaria, hepatitis, and so forth. And then finally, just 50 years after the invention of antibiotics, we're now seeing a big program in antibiotic resistance management, because we're seeing more and more diseases that are untreatable or harder to treat with antibiotics. So the big questions we're asking ourselves in this space is, are we ready for future outbreaks and emerging threats? How can the surveillance systems work better together rather than separately for disease by disease? I think countries get very tired of being sent forms to fill in for one disease at a time. And then most specifically for our area of work is, how can wastewater surveillance fill some of the gaps in these surveillance systems? And the real kind of use case that's become very well known is around COVID. So during COVID, what you see here is the wastewater data lining up almost exactly with the clinical cases, which shows that wastewater can be a very good predictor of prevalence in the community. But then when we fast forward a couple of years later and nobody is doing their rapid tests or going to the hospital or much less frequently, we can see that the waste data provides a really good signal of what's going on in the community in the absence of that clinical data. So this is a really important way that we can fill gaps and still have intelligence about what's happening at the community level without having to rely on hospital data. And this is really well established for polio. Of course, polio, only about less than 1% of those infected with polio have symptoms. So the other 99% are walking around in the community shedding polio through their feces and causing infections that may not be detectable. So wastewater surveillance is a way of rapidly identifying if there are polio cases in the community and tracking them down. So at this moment in time, there's a understanding that this could be a really potentially powerful tool across many different threats. But the usefulness depends on so many factors because every disease is kind of different in terms of its needs. So, you know, we need to think about, is it shed in excreta, urine or saliva? Is it persistent in the environment? Does it have some environmental niches? What are the sewer catchments like in the area? Do animals also shed it, which might lead to confusion in the results? What are the limits of detection? How many people are asymptomatic? What is the health seeking or access behaviours? But most importantly, how can we actually use this data if we're able to collect it? Because it is an investment that, you know, so if we're going to invest in it, we need to know that it's going to be useful in terms of public health decision making. So we've recently just published a package of West guidance, which again you can find at the QR code at the end, but it provides really detailed information about how to think about prioritising pathogens for multi-pathogen wastewater surveillance, and also some specific summaries on what we know in the evidence for this list of ones that you can see here. So 11 so far that we've summarised the evidence for. But one thing I wanted to leave you on is just to make sure as water professionals we understand this is really quite different from what we would normally do for wastewater or drinking water or wastewater surveillance for treatment purposes. So normally what we want to know when we're sampling drinking water and wastewater, we want to know, are our drinking water treatment processes working properly, and are we protecting the community from diseases that are carried through drinking water and wastewater? So to do that, we take a sample of treated water before it goes to the community or back out into the environment. When we're talking about wastewater and environmental surveillance for public health purposes, for what we want to know is, what does the sample tell us about what's going on at the community level? So we take a sample of untreated wastewater, and we are looking at many of these diseases are not actually waterborne. For example, like SARS-CoV-2, Mpox, influenza, you're not going to catch them from wastewater, but the RNA traces we can find in wastewater can tell us something about circulation of that disease at the community level. So it's a bit different, similar but very different questions we're trying to answer in different sampling points. But it's important that WASH actors know about this, because in order to do good wastewater and environmental surveillance, it needs to be a collaborative effort between the public health authorities, the water and sanitation authorities who understand these catchments and what they represent, the research community, and of course the laboratory networks, either environmental laboratories or public health laboratories. So I'm going to finish there. These are the QR codes where you can follow up with more of these, and perhaps Dinesh and the CEPT team can share those with you. But thank you very much, and I will stop there.
Hello. Can you hear us, Kate? Again, the same problem. Kate, can you hear us? Hi. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have time for a couple of questions? Hello. Can we have a couple of questions? Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Are there questions?
Are there questions? Three. Okay, we'll take 3 questions. Go ahead. I hope we can hear from
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
My name is
Mambwe Evans
from Zambia, Lusaka. My area of interest is I would want to find out the WHO's position with regards to a vaccination of fecal-related infection. For instance, hepatitis A and E, polio, as well as cholera. I will exclude cholera. And if the three, it has been from my country where I come from, quite expensive to manage these vaccines, despite the high levels of willingness for sanitation service providers to get involved in sanitation service delivery. What's the position of WHO?
Sorry, I don't hear you, Dinesh, but I think we're going to take 3 questions and then I'll answer that one.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
I'm a student from University of Technology, Jammu. I'm working in wastewater engineering. My question is that is WHO working on implementing of the discharge guidelines that have been established by US EPA or the EU, but have not been established in India. Let's say, for example, those governing pharmaceutical discharges or any other emerging contaminant discharges. Is the World Health Organization working with Indian ministries or any other organization to regulate these things in India as well?
You were asking about pharmaceutical discharges specifically?
Yes, pharmaceutical discharges specifically.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is
Yashika Gazwal.
I am coming to ETH Zurich for my PhD in coming April, and my work is going to mainly focus on the slurry problem that has been compiling in Malawi, Africa. So my question is, how is WHO label a compound that is going to become a water or environmental contaminant?
How do we label a compound? You talk about chemical risks in fecal sludge. Okay. Not sure I have a good answer for that one, but I can start with the first 2 and then maybe try and understand a little bit more on the sludge question. So firstly, to the gentleman from Zambia on vaccination. Firstly, the diseases you mentioned, obviously polio is targeted for eradication. Vaccination is a huge part of that strategy. Similarly for cholera, I mean the cholera vaccine has only been around for, I don't know, less than 10 years, but they're really struggling to get the vaccine supply up. Similarly, I'm just trying to recall the specific recommendation for hepatitis A and E, but the SAGE committee definitely did recommend vaccination for that. But I think kind of what you're getting at is something that's also a frustration for me personally, well, for our team, is I think sometimes you'll hear it said, and sometimes you'll hear it from WHO people, which is even more frustrating, is that, we're never going to get there with WASH, let's focus on vaccines. Like somehow WASH is an unachievable ambition, which it is absolutely not. We've seen incredible progress on WASH everywhere, and if you ask the average person, would they prefer to have a vaccine or safe water and sanitation? Of course, you know, they want the water and sanitation, and they'll accept the vaccine. And you know, with some of these diseases, the reason we have to have intense vaccination is because the other main preventive arm for them of WASH is missing. So I think we need to be careful about not getting into an academic argument about whether we should have WASH or vaccines, because if you compare the randomized controlled trials for vaccines versus WASH, then the vaccines will always win because it's a clinical intervention, and WASH is a complex intervention that has a lot more factors. So, but I think we have to continue to remind those health programs and vaccination programs that, you know, the only way they're going to sustainably get on top of this disease is doing it not only with vaccinations but in combination with WASH as a preventive measure. And I think in some cases we have to remind them that doing the WASH is not necessarily their responsibility, right? They're like, so in Zambia you have this amazing work of Nawazco and others that are making great progress on this, and I think sometimes those running the vaccination campaigns feel a bit threatened by WASH because they're like, oh, this is something really expensive and maybe it's going to draw money away from our vaccination campaigns. I think we should avoid getting drawn into that and be clear that there are different entities in public health and WASH that both contribute to this effort, and doing one without the other is not going to sustainably get on top of these diseases, and particularly as vaccines, well, let's see what happens with the Gavi replenishments and so forth, but I think the vaccine supply is in a difficult moment right now, so we have to continue on the WASH part as well. Pivoting to the second question around pharmaceutical discharges, yeah, it's a really important one, because I mean, historically, when you look at the burden of disease associated with WASH, it's largely been infectious diseases, and we've focused a lot on infectious disease management associated with poor water supply and sanitation, and largely from a drinking water perspective. But over the last 20 years, you see a lot more chemical risks coming up, pollution, of unmanaged chemical waste becoming a greater and greater challenge to drinking water supply, as well as environmental impacts, and then you have the One Health and antimicrobial resistance agenda coming up. So I think we're seeing a lot more on chemical management coming through. Some things that are really driving it, I would say, like PFAS and AMR are the big chemical ones. In terms of what your question, like what WHO is doing on the discharges, last year, a year and a half ago, we published 2 key documents on this. One was on particularly from manufacturing of antibiotics, which is a lot of the antibiotic manufacturing comes from India, so it's an important one. I think one of my slides had that document on it. I can point you to it. When it comes to antibiotic manufacturing, it's actually not. It's actually quite a small volume of wastewater, but the reason we focus there is because it's a very high concentration often that leads to emergence and spread of new resistance, and it's also something that the pharma sector has a responsibility and capacity to actually deal with. It's quite a lot harder to look at controlling emergence of resistance through conventional wastewater treatment technologies. That's where it's coming from human excretion rather than chemical or industrial pollution. And similarly, we put a second document out on this, which was more at the other end of the pharmaceutical chain, which was around safe disposal of unused medicines, which is needs to be better managed in the context of all healthcare waste management. So there's actually a lot of other little pockets of chemical waste management and treatment that we could dip into, but those are some of the recent ones, as I mentioned. So yeah, PFAS and AMR and those documents I pointed to. The third question around sludge, I think you were talking about chemical components of sludge. I think this sort of falls under our safe use of wastewater and sludge reuse guidance, which if you're going to ETH and you're probably working with Linda Strand or someone like that. And yeah, there's a real need to update those guidelines on safe use of wastewater. They're mostly focusing on microbial risks, a little bit on chemicals, but I think the area is there's a lack of global guidance in that area. When we look at national standards on it, they're all over the place. There's not a lot of consistency. So I think you're moving into an important and sort of neglected area of study. I will stop there. Hopefully that catches it.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Kate, for your very insightful words and engaging session. And now we will end the session and we will proceed with the technical sessions. So thank you once again. I hope
my pleasure. Thank you.
Can hear me.
Yes, my pleasure. Have a great rest of your session.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Bye.
Yeah, we look forward to interacting further, Kate. Okay.
She is gone. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. So our next session would be the technical sessions, which was delayed by I think half an hour or 45 minutes. Sorry for this delay, but some important instructions before that. Since we will be gathering back to this hall as part of the concluding sessions in the evening at around 6. But before that, there are two things. For the presenters who will be presenting as part of the technical verbal presentations, we have the same 4 rooms that we had yesterday. There's only one change, that because yesterday we had a BNB hall, but now we do not have BNB hall today. So in place of that, we have kept the room number U04201, which is just above the north canteen. The canteen at the right side of these basements, Sagra basement. You can go upstairs at that place. Except that all the 4 rooms are same. In case you find it difficult to navigate to the rooms, I think our team is there. The student volunteers will also be there. You can ask them and you can navigate to those rooms. So after these technical sessions, the poster presenters who have already pinned up their posters here at the exhibition area, there is no delay in that session. That will be in parallel. So you guys can come back at 4:30 so that there will be jury of the poster. And each of the poster presenter will be given 3 minutes to pitch their poster and 2 minutes of the Q&A sessions. Because I think there are more than 45 plus posters, and we have a jury of the faculty members, 2 persons each in the team. We will be having 3 jury panels, and they'll be reviewing your posters, and then at the time of the concluding sessions, you'll get your results. So if you have any questions or doubts about the poster presentation or pitch, please ask. I think a couple of participants were asking. We have responded them individually, but if you have any doubts, please let us know. Otherwise, we can break for the technical verbal presentations. You can join your respective technical verbal presentation slots based on the rooms assigned to you.
Yeah, mine is
Last. You may also request the monitor if you need to catch your flight or say your flight. You can request so that they can maybe get your set.
And the certificates would be e-certificates?
That's the certificate.
Anybody from Madagascar?
ए ये लोग मुझे एजेंडा बताओ ये इसमें ससुर है
अरे ऐप पे देख लो भाई मुझे भी नहीं पता क्या ग्रीन रूम को ही फाइनल पता होगा हेलो कुछ अनाउंस करना है
I thought it was an FA.
No, I think it's changed now. Sobia?
Yes.
They're saying it was an FA 101. एक बार देख लेंगे.
Financing and governance वाला ना?
So sir, this is happening in this one, Sagra basement. FA 101 में finance and governance का panel number 2 is happening.
Okay. So we can start?
We can start.
But there's no listener. We have to get some participant to listen. Okay, good afternoon. I request all panelists and participants for this theme, Governance and Finance for Inclusive Climate Resilient WASH, to please come forward and occupy the front seat so that we could be a small and cohesive community. And the speakers here today are Dr. Tushar Chakravarti from Janagraha. Tushar, are you here? Yeah, please come. Jai Bhagwan, he's here. Welcome. Upasana and Sobi, are you here? Yes. Okay. And Sishir Gupta, you are here, please welcome. And Dr. Ankur Parasar? He's not, okay. So I think rule of the game is 10 minutes per presenter. Okay. So rule of the game is 10 minutes per presentation, and collectively we take all the questions and we discuss at the end so that we have collectively, we have 4 speakers, so hopefully we'll have some time. Achha, okay, you're from Madagascar, welcome. Okay, so 5 speakers, so we'll collectively take all the questions later. In the interest of time, a request, Dr. Jai Bhagwan has requested to go first. So let me welcome you, and then if you could introduce yourself and the presentation. 10 minutes here.
Okay, where's the presentation? Can I have a, it's easier for me to, yeah, while you do that. So good afternoon and thank you. My name's Jai Bhagwan. I'm from South Africa, from an institution called the Water Partnerships Office. I'm going to share a lot more about it's relevant to today's discussion around WASH financing and why we need this vehicle. So I can't see the presentation. Okay, so, we talking about this, creating this enabling, that's the key part, environment for adopting climate resilient sanitation. And there's 2 elements to strengthening the whole institutional process. To do anything, you need money. Money is important to drive change. Money is also important to drive disruption. That's the second aspect to it. But we're not short of technologies. And you heard Professor Kassan today in the morning, he said, if we want to solve the WASH problems, we have to do things differently. And the discourse we had today, and I was glad I was listening to a whole lot of financiers. I'm not a financer. I'm a technocrat. But you have the private sector finances and you have the public sector finances. What we need to understand, the private sectors are driven by profits and they manage the risks. The public sectors and all the institutions that serve as public sectors are sovereign lenders. They don't take any risks, give national government money, and they say we'll hold you accountable for 30 years. So the institutional model is that local government
of this 2-day event. I hope these 2 days that you spent here were engaging, were fruitful, and have led to some actions that you could take forward in your work. And I hope I understand that it was a very tiring 2-day. We had a 9 to 7 slots for all of you. But I hope it was worth it. And we hope that you will again join us for the next GSAC, hopefully next year. So with this, I think we are, clap. Okay. So the next GSAC is announced. It will happen next year. We'll come back with the dates now. Okay, great. So I think this last session, we wanted to hear from all of you. I think we are right now the half of what we had started yesterday because many had to leave, but it's good that all of you have stayed back. And thank you for staying back and thank you for continuing the collaboration and discussion. Now we plan to hear from at least few of you about your reflections about the 2 days that you spent here. So here is an opportunity in case you didn't speak for the last 2 days or you still want to speak. This is the opportunity to speak. So over to all of you, I think, to all the participants and the guests, to the keynotes, panelists, students, anybody. I don't want to do a cold calling, but in case, okay, I see Neeta ji showing me Osward. That's women power.
Well, thank you very much. And I first want to appreciate everyone that you have been great. It's rare that I stay to the end of the conference. Often I quickly go away. But here, this environment is so good. I don't know how many of you feel like I do. It's calm, it's peaceful, and you interact freely with the students, with everyone. It's just been great. The organization is excellent. Now, many times when you take some of these things for granted, you go to a conference where you see it and then you start saying, but here this one has been perfect. Well done. Well done and keep it up. I mean, the students have just been bombarding and coming with questions, and keep up that spirit. Keep asking. You will get the answers. But also one little thing, my dear friends, students, keep dreaming and dream big. Don't just, I was telling one, I want to be very good at remote sensing. I said, no, that's not good enough. You better also know about the other aspect of remote sensing. What are the laws? How is the governance of this remote sensing? Because that is going to facilitate this, But keep dreaming and dream big. Do not look down upon what is happening here. I remember my very first presentation was a poster presentation like we're doing outside, And we thought we were being troubled, being asked all sorts of questions, but we're being trained. We're being trained, and from there you grow. You just desire to grow and desire to learn to present up and at your level. Yes, for your MSc or for your PhD, learn all the academic jargon, but after that, learn to speak or to explain your profession like to a 10-year-old person. Because that's how you explain to politicians. If you can't explain to a 10-year-old, you can't explain to a politician. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Osward. I think you rightly mentioned the environment. You have been here for last 2 days. We have been here for 16 years and we are not able to leave yet. We are still here. So that's the atmosphere this university brings to all of us. Great. Yes, I see one ma'am standing here. Just name yourself, introduce, yes. And then
thank you for the opportunity. So in this 2 days workshop, I learned the different perspective, especially for gender, governance, finance and community perspective. Mostly it is very interesting thing is issues have discussed and way forward, and the experience from the guest. I think it's really interesting. I think that is one thing. And they are also sharing about the case studies in different countries. That is a very interesting thing. More than that, the cultural program done by our students, that is a very interesting. And I could be able to discuss with nearly more than 10 students of your university. I'm inviting on behalf of Dan Foundation for internship. Please send it to them. Thanks.
Great. Anyone else? Yes, I see one hand up. Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Wow. Hi. I'm Uttaran Bhuya. I am from first year of in infrastructure planning. So obviously this was the first time I'm coming, obviously experiencing this, and I think one of the great thing was that obviously you can see my professors are sitting here, my peers are sitting here to be together and to learn from each other. That was a very interesting thing. Like for example, there were panel discussions where a lot of organizations came to talk about in Kutch, like how they're working with water and all. So to see like how different organizations were coming and then what their strengths and their weaknesses was, and that was very interesting. And I think we need more of that, more organizations coming together and actually talking about all those things. And also what we are studying in our studios, and that we can reflect that's actually happening in the world, and all the experts are here, but then the fact that it's not like, okay, someone is above, someone is low, right? We are here together, and that's how we should actually proceed, and that's how we are going to bring a lot of changes, I feel. And obviously there are a lot of issues that we are still struggling with, but the fact this kind of places where conversations are happening and connections are happening, and I think this is a very good initiative from CWAS and CEPT, and everyone coming together, and I'm really glad that this happened. And I think me and my peers, we all have learned a lot, right? And yeah, thank you for this opportunity.
Great, I think good to hear from you. Yes, I see one there. Two here. Good. Where were all of you in other sessions?
First of all, I would like to thank you from the inner heart of my nooks and corners of my heart to and Professor Doctors both Mehta ji, because what we felt like being graduated from a university and working in the development sector, someone was saying that okay, pilot to scale up, right? There is a huge gap. You do not do a kind of a different exposure of using the formulas that you have learned in the practice, right? So I think what this CEPT University has been doing, and I've been following this first chapter, second chapter on online version, and this is the hat-trick that I'm in physically here.
Great.
So I think this needs to be spread out across the region as well. In the sense that Global South Academic Conclave, I would say that good things are already ticked out. I do not want to go beyond that, right? Because it's filling the gap between the academician and the practitioner. That's the best thing I would have expected as an academician, being the university graduate student. But now as a practitioner, I think that's the gap fulfillment. The few suggestions I would like to see to make a little bit of higher in the terms of that having a learning sharing platform, not only limited to this university, but you guys are fortunate to have this opportunity. Rather, CEPT could be pioneer university in having a learning sharing with other universities as well. So that I will be a goodwill ambassador of CEPT University in my country, so that others could be also the goodwill ambassador and share this learning sharing platform to others as well.
Great.
Thank you.
You should connect to Professor Mona. She is our GSGS head, and she has a network of all the universities. I see, yes. Yeah, you're doing like this to me. Okay, you now. Yes. My friend from Lusaka. Yeah.
Okay. I would really want to appreciate the organizers. If I can forget any other way, let me forget, but inclusiveness is what I am remembering in all the presentations. I think you guys have got the powerful human resource, especially at university level. I now have discovered the secret of your success that you've made as India. You've invested so much in the students, and we're asking for something. If these resources that you are training as students, please, could also be exported in terms of research. Let them do some research in some vulnerable African countries, like in my city, for instance. So much is going on, but very little research. Yeah, so with the passion I've seen in your inclusiveness, to start with the students, to participate in this, imagine a private university to offer a water and sanitation related program that goes towards to save the public interest is a very rare occurrence in Africa. Yeah, and for me, this is a landmark achievement of what inclusiveness should be. Perfect. You've trained the resource, and you are utilizing the resource in your own country, but please export some to. Yes. And yeah,
we'll put some tariff also.
Then lastly, I think yes. Lastly, but
sorry, we'll remove the tariffs on that.
Great. So lastly, but not the least, I looked at Africa. I'm sure this is an Asian region, but you still had the mind of Africa to come and learn from here. So that spirit, please, it may not be me coming tomorrow, someone else. We are going now to spread the news of how this training is being imparted in our profession. So we really appreciate and keep up with this inclusive spirit. You incorporate us, and we come to learn from you. Despite you being gone far ahead of us, you still have noticed that we have something to learn. We also have got something to give. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think we should continue with that spirit of collaboration, and we will be there for you. Neetaji. Yes, I'll come to you. You have to come in light.
If I may repeat my more learned colleague Osward and say I ditto all of that. He made us proud, but again, just to say, the students, I really take my hat off to you. Really. The professors, and you are bringing more people, like the Ria who collected me said, I wanted to be a planner, but after being here, you brainwashed her into WASH. Please keep doing that. So wonderful, take my hat off to you, and as my better colleague said, be curious and please bring more of you in the WASH sector. We really need you, and diversity. Younger generation leading WASH, water, sanitation, utilities, municipalities, and more women, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeta, for being our women champion. Yes, sorry I kept you standing, but over to you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I am architect Basil Agoa, professor of architecture and the director of Center for African and Black Studies at Chukwemeka Odumegwu University, Nigeria. Now, the university education stands traditionally on teaching, research, and community engagement. Now, coming here, I saw this university fulfilling those three pillars, especially community engagement, reaching out, translating theory into practice, industry practice. When we talk about industry, it's not the manufacturing industry, even the human industry. So the passion of this university in that area is highly commendable. Somebody mentioned Africa. Even the commitment of the team, I especially commend my friend, yes.
Devanshi.
Yes, Devanshi. her passion and the commitment made me, she knows what I'm saying, the obstacles in my country. Yes, you can stand up.
You should stand up, Devanshi. So everybody can see you.
So the obstacles, I wish, or I don't know, but I wish many of you would be like her. The commitment was exceptional.
Great, great.
And that encouraged me, strengthened my spirits to actually, although you knew a little about it, to actually come to this place with expectations. And I want to assure you that that expectation was highly superseded. Because looking at what has happened, and especially this community engagement, reaching out, translating what you are doing here into interventions, real interventions, not paper interventions. Very commendable. So, somebody mentioned Africa. And by extension, collaboration outside this place. And from the contacts I have made, even the students, that spirit of collaboration and reaching out has also been imputed in the students, because the few I met, they were actually encouraging me on how to strengthen the collaboration. So I assure this community that my university and this university will have a stronger collaboration. Like somebody talked about reaching to Africa. I've already started that direction.
Yeah, thank you. And I had promised you a connect, so here is your connect. You should talk with Professor Mona, okay? So I have done with my job for the last 2 days that you have been following up with me. Now over to Jane. I see Jane's hand up. You? Okay. Now another 5 or 6, okay? And you have to be quick. Thank you.
By thanking, I don't know whether he's here, Chimney? Yes. He's the one who picked me from the airport. And I had so many questions about how the structure, governance structure in the country, Gujarat state, then this, then so many districts. I'd read about it, but thank you so much. Professor Mira, I don't know, where I come from, we kneel when we are thanking. I cannot thank you enough. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Nita, hey, people don't want to borrow for sanitation. They think it will miraculously disappear. We are grappling with that because sanitation is not given. You know, you really want to get rid of sanitation, but I don't know why we wait for a miracle to happen, and then we think about it. So money for sanitation. And then the presenter from the bank, HSBC. Aloka. Is she still around? No. We have just developed the environmental, social, and governance framework for the banks. It was developed by Bank of Uganda, and they're just rolling it out. I picked so many things from her presentation, and I will present them to the Uganda Bankers Association because they are the ones coordinating. They are very skeptical about environment and, you know, but I think that gave me quite a lot. Then my last take homes. Oswald, I hadn't met you in a long time, but you know me and you, we are tied to the hip. Make ourselves relevant to politicians. Make ourselves relevant to politicians. 2, know how to tell the stories upwards. I think for me, the upwards really was very attractive, not downwards, upwards, up to the president. And then thank you to CEPT for connecting research to policy development. and implementation. We do a lot of research, especially students, but I see this flowing straight into the development of policies, because that's where it should go, and then implementation of the policies. And to my lovely boss, you know, I have to look at him when I'm talking to him. He has done great to inculcate in us staff, not just understanding systems strengthening and the whole systems approach, but also to talk about it. And every time I listen to him, I learn something new beyond the passion, but understanding things and then knowing how to tell the same things to my mayor, to my district chairperson, and soon to my president. Thank you.
AK, I know you are standing and you have to leave, so over to you. We can't hear you somehow.
All student volunteers,
Yay!
right from airport pickup, hotel reservation, transporting us from the hotel to venue to hotel, and you look for any support, they are always available, including picking up the token for lunch. And I had lunch, but unfortunately I didn't give my token. Can I use it tomorrow?
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And thanks to all the students. This time we didn't misplace any participant this time. Very good. Last time we lost one actually. And we had to search for him. It was him, by the way. It was not her. So that's why it's him, not her. Great. I think, yes. You're on the next here.
Okay, so I'm a man of very few words, by the way. Namaste, India.
Namaste.
So my name is Benny Filumba, and before I can start what I want to say, I just want to express my profound gratitude for making it possible for me to come here, all the way from a small country, Zambia. I'm sure Mr. Osward and Mr. Chanda know it very well, as well as Mr. Joseph. Exactly. So this event was properly organized, and I don't know how such things happen. You know, the moment I was selected, I saw Mr. Mambwe pop up. He was telling me, no, Benny, you know what? I've been selected to present my verbal abstract. Then I told him to say, guess what? I have also been selected to present a verbal abstract. So it was as if God was working in my favor. And coming here has really been a blessing because I've learned a lot. And at the end of the day, it's about how best we utilize the knowledge we've learned to our countries back there, and how best we also get to make out of the collaborations that we've made already, the follow-ups. This is what matters the most. And please, may you continue doing a good job, and may God continue blessing you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to thank, I know Professor has already done my job. Devansh has been so wonderful. Yeah. And the rest of the team, I haven't just met colleagues, I've made family. So indeed, thank you so much, and may you remain well, and may you continue to prosper and be blessed. Thank you.
And also, God bless our funders. Okay. Okay, sorry. Yes, you. Maybe last two now. Yeah, I can see people staring at me.
I have a question.
Oh, no questions right now. It's over now.
Just something for you to think about. Yesterday, when we started the session, someone said that this GSAC was supposed to be called GSLV, but we are not calling it that because we don't want to compete with rockets. I ask you, are we not doing that?
Yeah.
We can be very proud of that.
Thank you for owning that name. Thank you. Great. Patrick, sorry. You want to talk about your team also now? Just to give back?
You know, I think this is the third year, right?
Yes,
and
third year.
I think everyone else from my team's been invited except me. To be honest, I thought I was being boycotted because I'm from the north and you were. But you know, I'm Irish, so we always think we're really from the global south too, Mira. That's the thing, you know? Thank you. But no, I mean, I've got nothing to add to what's been said before. I think this is. I was in Dhaka 2 weeks ago at the preparatory meeting for the UN Water 2026, and honestly, you know, that meeting was everything that, in my mind, is worst about our sector. It was badly organized. No one really knew why we were there. It was full of big people making big speeches about things we all knew about already. You know, how many times do we need to be told that 2 billion people don't have access? Blah, 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 blah. So it was just so nice to come here, to be with people who are actually thinking, to not be talking about youth, but to be with youth. And I think, and you know, I don't need to, this is my second visit to CEPT, and it's a real pleasure, and to the university, and it's such a beautiful location, and you should all look up about it, because you know, this is built by one of India's global leading architects. This is a brutalist gem. If you like brutalism, I love brutalism. This is what brutalism is all about, you know. It works, and look at it. We're all sitting outside it's in your winter. It's still warm, but we're in this hall, and it's fresh, and it's breezy, and it doesn't rely on too much energy. It's a fantastic space. But what I also love is the feeling I get from the students. You know, I mean, many of us who know India a bit, it can be very hierarchical here, but I don't feel that here. I see the professors, I see the students, I see you all mixing. So thank you to Sakshi, who came and picked me up at the airport. Thank you to Dara, who organized all of my flights and my complicated itinerary. And thank you to all of you for just making it. Thank you very much. And thank you, Jane, for always saying something nice to me. But
Great. Thanks a lot, Patrick. Yeah. Okay. Monaban, over to you. You are representing CEPT.
We all
yes.
all
I
are
was just covering up on that.
representing
Yeah.
No, I think I'm very much part of what we are doing, but I think it's truly humbling. I gave you the analogy of river when I talked about where we academics stand, and it's so humbling to see our upstream and downstream, everyone here, those who have graduated, those who are studying, those who have taught us, and many partners who are our friends when it comes to thinking, generating new ideas, debating, disagreeing and then agreeing to disagree. And I think that's the culture this place has given us, and that's what we take forward. And it's so humbling to hear such good words about our students, you know, that reinstates our hope. That reinstates our hope that something is right, something that we learned here, we are able to pass on a bit of that, and that the social side, the community side really works, and it is noticed. And I'm sure you all also see, we keep telling them that there is something called act of volunteering, and there's not everything that is transactional, and we are very humbled that each one of you could feel that. Thank you very much for coming here, making it, and of course the amazing team that we have at CWAS. Yes. And
thank you.
So thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you everyone, and Meera Ben and Dinesh Bhai always for mentoring all of us. Thank you.
Great. Okay.
Did I say everything?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mona Ben. I think thank you all for your kind words, your reflections, and the momentum and the energy with all that you have said right now. It's heartening to hear from all of you. It's great to hear. It keeps our spirit alive, and we hope we'll do the next GSAC again next February. So thank you all, I think, for the reflections. Now we'll move on to the next part of the closing session, where based on the posters that were presented, and it's important to thank all the poster presenters who were standing there in the sun to present, and some excellent presentations and topics were discussed. For that, we have an award ceremony. But before I come to the award ceremony, I need to thank, on behalf of the CWAS as well as the Faculty of Planning, Shubhranshu ji, Arjun, Mansi, Gargi, Sid, Professor Ravi, and AK for doing the jury for all the 60 posters that were presented today. You all spent a lot of time outside for almost 2 hours to discuss the poster. So thank you so much to all of you. Your results are with us now. So we'll announce that. I'll hand it over to Dhruv to do the announcement. Yeah.
Thank you, Asim. I think so. We have 3 themes. So we are not ranking anyone. I think we have what we have attempted is about spatial recognition. I think that requires a further potential to scale up. That doesn't mean that the other poster presenter did not do the justice. They have also do. And as Osward ji has mentioned about that, this is an opportunity to learn. So I think that is in that spirit we are not ranking, but we are considering a special recognition of that. Okay, so I would request Professor Subhranshu to come, and I would request Yashna Arora for Pani Aane Se Home Tak. Yashna. I think, oh yes. Momento. Thank you, Professor Subhranshu. Yes. I would request team from the Climate Resilient Waste Management Services of Small and Medium Towns, Viral, Mansi, Mayuri, Sagar and Devanshi. And I would request Gargi to present to the team. We are supposed to give to each everyone or only one? बहुत हो गया अभी घर पे. सेंटर आ जाओ, आगे इधर आ जाओ. नहीं आप सेंटर में रहो. Thank you. I would request Sugar community-led cleanliness movement. I would request Dikshita to come, and I would request Sid to Dikshita represent the 50 years old NGO based out of Ahmedabad, Vikas. The next I would request community managed resilient drinking water supplies systems, Anand Gautam, and I would request Professor Mansi to come on the stage. Yes, please do join. That's the benefit of. Next, I would request Jokatsa Reimaging Urban and Sanitation Systems. I would request Professor Ravi to come on stage. This is your second GSAC or third? Second. You were here last year also. Yes, she's receiving award for the consecutive second year. Thank you. Next, Rishabh Shah, Built Environment, Climate Health and Well-being of Weavers. And I would request Professor AK. Thank you. The next and the final one, the climate resilient water security for rural Maharashtra. I would request Kasturi, Jinal, Arya and Harish on the come. And I would request Dara to come on the stage and give the award. Okay, so this comes to the end of the formal part of the agenda, and then we are moving towards the final closing word. I think standing over here, I think it gives our early days of the remembering the early days of the as a student. The participants who have reflected the similar culture, and I think it is proven that it is in a real sense there is a strength on this space which translated and converted what Osward ji has mentioned about you feel that, and I think most of the participants and also feel. I also had an idea of saying about the dream big, because the CEPT University, this space actually taught us dream big, but not only dream big, but do actions to make it happen on ground. I think that is the strength what this university brings. And I think that is something the one of the call for actions what we have started when we have taught that what is the expectation from this SAC is actually not only discussion, but discussion beyond that's the close hole, and it's go into the action. So I think it is some way there are reflection what we have received. I think hopefully it is translated into the actions in future. The second, the talk when we are discussing about the design of the program, the first things what we have decided about the next, the World Water Day theme is the water and gender. And I think we specifically fitted because our theme is monitoring, governance and financing. And unless and until we bring the women lens into the picture and give the recognition, it is not going to be happen to complete our theme. And I think thank you Neetaji for again reinforcing those thought, and actually that is translated in the day one actually talk about the major need for a simple asking question. I think that is something the university also taught. Ask right nature of questions and the results you will definitely get. And I think that is something what yesterday what we have been deliberated, that is translated into the today's discussion as well. So I think more power, and I think we'll do more action on ground. And there are young professionals, and you can see that there is a more women representative into the young professional. I think they will be the future leader. I think best of luck to everyone, and best of luck to the country like us, because they will be the leading us in the future. So great. I think that is the second key takeaways from the discussion. The other has been talking about, there are lots of pilots has been talking about in the many conferences. I think during the 2 days of discussion, what came out, what Patrick has mentioned about the think about systems. I think again the major key takeaways what we have received is about Global South does not require more pilots. I think it requires more systems that can give answer, solution to the, I think many participants also talking about that there is a aging infrastructure issues in the global north. There are also the systems are collapsing. So it's not something so that global south can be also giving the example how the global north can learn as well. So I think there is an opportunity and will continue to work on the system strengthening. I think that's the, these are the message what we have received. So let me on this note, I think the Sakshi has mentioned about the hope, and I think Professor Mona has also the similar mention about the hope. I think there is a hope to build the climate resilient future, and I think there are lots of ideas has been deliberated over the period of time. There are poster presentation, verbal presentation, there are excellent ideas, whatever the small actions what they are doing in the different geographies, that has been reflected. I think being a part of the university and from the CWAS as a having an idea about the culmination of the all knowledges, I think we'll make an effort to collate all this finding and do the one meaningful call for actions in the coming months, and we'll share with all of you, and all the presentation will be shared by them. With this note, I think I would like to specially thank to all the keynote panelists. I think Neeta ji, Osward, Patrick, Silver, Aloka ji, it was Kate. I think excellent learning opportunities, and thank you very much for making it lively and vibrant. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank all the panelists because those deliberation actually identify the lost of call for actions, and I think without those deliberation, I think we'll stuck with our notion of keeping into the activities in the routine momentum. I think that's give the new ideas, new activities. I think we will deliberate and come back with a more fruitful action going forward. I would request Asim to take this forward, and thanking our other partners.
Okay, thanks Dhruv. I think thanks for raising the key takeaways from this conclave. I'll do the end part of it towards a more formal closing as well. I'm standing at the podium because I have to refer this page as well, because I don't want to miss anybody. It's important to acknowledge that this GSAC would not have been possible without all of you. So a big round of applause, first of all, for each one of you who are sitting back, who have went back home also because of all the reasons, but we need to acknowledge and thank all of you. So as we come to this close of this conclave, we would like to pause and express our heartfelt gratitude again to all of you. We extend our sincere thanks to all the keynotes, to the panelists, and also to the participants who have come all the way from the globe, from India, various parts of India, to even listen to the keynotes and the panelists. So again, a big round of applause for all of you who have been able to make here to this event. We are grateful to acknowledge the leadership of CEPT University and CWAS-CRDF, without whose vision and continued guidance, this platform would not have been possible. Our sincere thanks, especially to the Faculty of Planning, Professor Shalini, Professor Monaman, and all the faculties who have been part of the technical review committees. You all got a message that you have been accepted by a technical review committee. These were all faculties of Faculty of Planning. So let's put a big round of applause. They have reviewed all. We got more than 200 abstracts, out of which 140 got selected and they were presented. So a big round of applause for all the faculty members again and the reviewers for bringing their thoughtful inputs to these discussions. Our heartfelt thanks goes to all the students and the non-teaching staff whose dedication and behind-the-scenes efforts have made this conclave come together. We would again like to thank and acknowledge the CEPT University team. It's not only the Faculty of Planning, but the CEPT Registrar, the CEPT Admin Office, the communication team, the exhibition team, security team, IT team, and all the support staff that made our event at this campus more comfortable and more beautiful. So again, thanks a lot to CEPT University and Faculty of Planning for this thing, for this event. Okay. I have shifted the paragraph. Okay. Oh, that was the humor I had added in the speech, okay? Okay. No, again, I need to thank all the funders as well, the Gates Foundation and the Viega Foundation. This was a planned humor, okay? I have not forgotten the foundation, and both the foundations, the Gates Foundation and the Viega Foundation, for their trusted support and shared belief for supporting us for this conclave that we have been able to do for the last 3 years. Now, moving on, I think we heard a lot about the student volunteers, without whom this event would never have been possible. So I would like to call upon, first of all, the student council heads, Shubhika, the cultural secretary, Harish, who is the president, please come on the stage. Abhinav, the placement coordinator, Kimaya, the academic secretary, Khyati, the FP newsletter, Deep, the treasurer, and Anup, the sports secretary. Request all of you to come on the stage. Whoever is available, it's okay. We recognize it's late. And also now I would like to call upon the entire student volunteers team, whoever are here. Thank you, thanks a lot to all of you for your efforts. Please, student volunteer teams, you want to call upon? Wow, half the crowd. Yes, I'll please keep your hands banging. They have been recognized by all the people. And the group photo. Can you see me also? Dhruv, where are you? Arey, gender balance karo. Come, arey, come. मेरे notes. Great. Anybody wants to speak from the student volunteers? Very quickly, about your experience, I think. Shubhika, okay.
Thank you, sir. And as I'm saying since 2 days, it is a learning for us too. And I've attended 2-3 panels since I got the time on the second day. So it was very insightful being from an infrastructure student. We got to, as we are doing our DRPs, so I heard a few insightful pointers from Alejandro, sir, sorry if I've mistaken the name. So about the hotspots and how the performance-based indicators they are assessing. So it was very insightful for us. And apart from this, it was a very nice and insightful 2 days. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you guys for the volunteers, because we had a reviews from the second years and most of them were on the site from the council also. Our juniors and my other batchmates were there for the CWAS, and you guys were helped us to what to do also. And it's keep on happening from last year we are come here, and next year they'll take you forward and they'll help you also.
Thanks a lot, and thank you for spending many sleepless nights for last few days, and for picking up all the panelists from the airport, and for all the logistics arrangement that your team has done. Kudos to all of you. Thank you very much. I can't forget a special note of thanks to the CRDF team as well, especially Hitat. Are you here? Yes, there he is. Stand up, Hitat. If you want to come here, photo bhi aayega. Come here. Hitat and Shivangi, they have been the support for this entire event to the CWAS team and the CEPT universe. They were like the bridge for us between CEPT and the center. They have helped with all the MEA clear, all the visas that you got, the people who are coming internationally, all the MEA clearances were managed by them. They were following up with the ministry day, night, day in, what happened to our visa approval process. So kudos to them. Because of them, you got the visas and you are here today. So thank you. I would also like to thank Mayank Bhai. There he is, the one with, Yes, that's the one. The entire logistics that was arranged here, the chairs, the tables, whatever you see here, the posters was arranged by him. So thanks a lot to him and the screen as well. This is the first time the experiment that we have done, and I think it's worked. So thanks a lot to the CRDF team, to the CEPT team, to Mayank Bhai and the CEPT canteen team. I think all the food that you had for the last 2 days was from the canteen. So this is what students also get. It's not only that it was a special lunch for you. We believe that we are in academics and we all need to do what the students also do. So thank you to the CEPT canteen team as well. Now moving on to my last part of the section. Yes. Okay. I can't forget, and I have to bring a bit of humor every time, so sorry. I think to the last section, and I think on behalf of, this is, of course, the entire speech was on behalf of both of us, but we would like, no, it's not it's we would like to call upon Meera ji and Dinesh ji, without whose vision and guidance this conclave would not have been possible, and we both would not have been standing here, and the entire team. So if you can come on the stage, ma'am and sir. I'm calling you ma'am and sir now, because you have been our gurus, all our gurus. I think everybody sitting here, you have been the guru of all, even the president. So, yay! 3 rounds and 3 cheers for them. I think it could not have been possible without them. So, Dhruv also wants to say something.
Yeah, I think it is a very personal and emotional moment for both of us also, because we have been, I think, over the 18 years working under both Dinesh and Meera, I think with with Meera Ben and Dinesh Bhai, I think it is a rewarding journey, and whatever we are here, I think because of their blessing and their support, and the entire team has been grown, it is because of that. And this is becoming more personal because this year we have been given an additional responsibility to manage the centers, and I think we thank you for your trust in us, both of us, I think, and we'll do our best to continue what they have achieved, and we hope to achieve the more bigger milestones, not better than us, more milestone, and yes, should do as a organization, as an institution, and we'll strive to do that. And thank you, and we'll continue to look forward your support. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am and sir. The team is also coming. Okay. This work that you saw for the last 2 days, there have been some people who have been working on this for the last 6 months, for what this 2 months, 2 days have been for you. And we can't forget both of them. So I would like to now call upon Saubya and Jay, the 2 people who made this happen, with the team of course, but they were the one who were on the front line and you were approachable at any time to tell you, please come here, don't stand there on the side. Come here, come here. वहाँ पे फोटो नहीं आएगा, इधर आओ. I have to make back jokes also, so come here. Oh, birthday also, so please wish her a happy birthday, everyone. It's a birthday gift. Happy birthday, Saubya. There is a cake party for all of you on behalf of Saubya. Okay, I think these 2 people I need to thank on behalf of the entire CWAS team and the CEPT team, because they worked from the scratch, shaping GSAC what it is today. In addition to them, I need to call upon Dara, Hiral and the Utopia team, because of which all the travel and the logistics, all your safe travels have been through them. So come here, I don't see Hiral here, but Dara, Hiral, they were the backbones of all your travel logistics and all. But they were not alone. You want to say something? Okay, we will, okay. But they were not alone. I need to call upon the entire team that has worked tirelessly behind this. And I would like to call upon the entire CWAS team who had made this event a great success. So entire CWAS team. Bhai, aa jao. Come. Let people know. Come, Gaurav, Karan. I think this team for the last few months has been working on all the details that you have looked at. The technical presentations, posters, following up on the communications, following up on the IT services and all. So this is our entire team. I am also here. Yes. Meeraji and Dineshji, please join. A big round of applause, please, for our team. Thank you. Thank you everyone. Anybody wants to say anything? Okay, great. Okay, I know all your hands are paining right now because of all the clapping that you have done for last half an hour, but I'm from a family of doctors, so they say it's better to clap, it helps you in blood circulation. So it's good that you all clapped for the last half an hour. Thank you so much, and you all smiled and laughed. So thank you all again for your active participation, your energy and your commitment. We wish you a safe journey back home, and we look forward to meeting you again at GSAC 2027. Clap, it's done. Now a logistic announcement. Over to...
Just one
yes,
thing.
Souvya, please, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Though Jaya and I, we got an opportunity to be the lead coordinator for GSAC under the leadership and mentorship of Dhruv Asim and sir and ma'am. We would really like to thank the entire CWAS team for helping us not putting up this event, but there were a lot of pre-preparation work that was going in the background, and it would not have been possible without them. And for the day of the event as well, I would like to thank everybody. Gaurav and Karan for managing the entire, all the spaces. Devanshi, Aditi for managing communications right from the beginning, because they were there in whatever messages and whatever e-news that you have received is because of Aditi and Devanshi. So thank you to them. Jigisha for arranging the airport transfers. So everyone who got a smooth airport transfer, thanks to Jigisha. For loading your presentations, Priyadarshini, Mansi, they helped us a lot in loading the presentations. Whatever technical sessions were there, smoothly arranged. That was because of them. Deepthi for managing the registration with the support from Aishwarya and other team members. So thank you for that. Arwa, who has been managing the rapporteur, thank you for this leadership. And Dhwani and Devanshi, again, they were first of all, Dhwani managed the entire cultural program along with Viral. Plus, Dhwani and Devanshi were communicating with everybody, so that was also wonderful. And I hope I have not missed out anybody's name.
We've missed out Deepak Bhai.
And
so
Manish, Deepak Bhai and Manish also. Manish, Chirag, Omkar, Gautami, Jinal, everybody was present at the hotel.
You come here.
So, yeah, oh. No, it's okay. So, thank you to the entire team for supporting us and for also taking the lead in organizing this event. Thank you very much. And Deepak Bhai also, thank you for running around, because whenever we wanted to get some logistic support, we would just reach out to Deepak Bhai, would call him, and then he would run from one room to another. So thank you to Deepak Bhai as well.
Yes, Deepak Bhai. He's our champion as well. Okay, great. Thank you everyone. And Ajupan, sir? Okay, so the buses are coming in next 15-20 minutes. So you can meet around, greet everyone, say goodbye until you meet next time. And yeah. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, bye everyone, and until we see you next time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you.